Okay.
Is he the person that had the really bad audio and we could, okay, that's okay.
How many are we expecting from the Housing Authority?
Okay.
That's a Rob question. I don't know.
Or Chris.
I understand that we're certainly going to have Laura Lee Costello, and there were two commissioners. Susan Jacobson indicated that she would be present, and Charlene Trainum indicated that she'd be present. But you have a tight schedule, so whenever you feel you need to proceed, and if you could, since Kate's going to be part of it, if we maybe in the interest of protecting your time, if maybe Kate goes until the others can join, would be a good idea.
That sounds like a fine suggestion to me. It is already 6:01, so hopefully those folks will join while Kate gives a bit of an introduction. This is the work session prior to our regular meeting. So we'll get started. We're meeting with the South Kingstown Housing Authority. Representative Johnny Cake Center here. So Kate, take it away.
Sure, I'll be really brief. I know Chris has a lot to talk about. I'm Kate Brewster, I'm the director of the Johnny Cake Center, and you may have heard that we purchased from the Welcome House 4 of their previous transitional housing units that we will be using for family and service enhanced housing for local families with children who are in our school district. We know that families are having a really hard time, as you all know, finding affordable units, let alone units that will take Section 8 vouchers. And so we are trying to open more doors for those families, simply put. We will be making some significant investment in these units. They have been not updated in many cases and require some extensive renovations, some upgrades, and already 2 new boilers. So we're already in this deep after just a couple months. And so we are respectfully requesting from the town that you consider waiving the tax pilot agreement that had been in place with the Welcome House. I believe it totaled $5,200 a year. And as just a little bit of relief, we would love to be able to use those dollars to invest in the property and the services that we will be providing for families for the next 3 years, if possible. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. It's pretty simple. Rob, if you wouldn't mind, so if we sort of did away with the pilot agreement, would that mean that no taxes were owed at all on those properties, or would we need to actually do something extra to make sure?
So the pilot agreement that the Welcome House benefited from was a $5,200 pilot agreement. My understanding from the Johnny Cake Center is they're simply hoping to continue that pilot agreement. So it's not going to have any impact on our revenue. And I believe that it also covered the totality of the tax bill that was due on those properties. Kate, do you know otherwise? Do you know that there was a payment that was made by Welcome House beyond the $5,200?
I don't believe so, no.
I don't believe so either.
So, okay, so now I thought Kate was asking that we not even ask for the
charge the $5,200. So there is a $5,200 impact to the budget. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Okay, so that's.
So we're asking for a time-limited relief of that.
Yeah, and I guess my question is just in the technical way that we implement that. If we just do away with the pilot agreement itself, that would seem to me, if we did that, just the normal tax circumstance would be put in place, right? So we would actually be taxing them at the normal residential tax rate. So we need actually to do something extra, like a pilot agreement that's made more robust so that they're at 0.
That's what she's asking for. That's correct.
Okay. Councilwoman Kelso?
Would it just be an abatement, a tax abatement for the full amount? If the pilot is negated, right, then we would,
c-
we would offer an abatement for whatever those taxes would be, correct?
you could abate the taxes on an annual basis because the pilot payment amount of 5,200 on an annual basis. Or you can simply do as the council president has suggested and draft a new pilot that has a 0 payment due as opposed to a $5,200 payment due.
Right.
Either one of those would achieve the same result.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. It looks like we have all our housing authority. Is that right? Or maybe we're still missing one, but we can get started now. Rob, I don't know if you had anything prepared from the town side, but otherwise I'll let Laura Lee.
No, I will just say this very quickly. Both of these groups are here tonight because they're both looking for basically the same type of relief. The Johnny Cake Center is hoping to adjust its pilot agreement, the one that it's inherited, to reduce its tax burden or its payment burden down to 0. And the Public Housing Authority has been making pilot payments under an agreement that is implied by practice since 1965. Since 1965, using a HUD form for the calculation of pilot payments, the Housing Authority has been making payments to the town of South Kingstown. Last year, that amount was nearly $20,000. The Housing Authority has requested that we reduce that amount, at least for the next 3 years, to allow them to make investments in their properties and improve the accessibility of affordable housing as well. So these are both tax abatements or tax reductions that are designed to enhance low and moderate income housing in South Kingstown. The mechanism is the same mechanism, and the difference is really only the amount.
Very good. All right, so now we are definitely all here. Laura Lee, why don't you introduce yourself and maybe the members of your board as well. You are muted at the moment.
Okay. All right.
Better?
Perfect.
Sorry. Hi to everybody. A couple of familiar faces and a couple of new faces. So it's nice to see you. I sent you a very lengthy letter, so I wouldn't have to take too much of your time tonight. But I did want to thank you on behalf of the board, of course, and myself for having us here. We are requesting a waiver of the pilot payment for the next 3 years because of the significant amount of investment we're making in our future and current plans now. We detailed a lot of that in the letter, but the physical and needs assessment is something that we're working on. We are collaborating with Johnny Cake Center and the Rhode Island Foundation and URI under resident study, which is really necessary. We are trying to make some changes to our housing to shift the model a little bit. And so that's going to take research and assessment. And so we do want to collaborate with the town closely, but we need a little relief in the funding right now just to kind of maneuver. I think Chris might have a few things he wants to elaborate on as well.
So if I can just to add, so as Mr. Zarnetsky mentioned here, our property is tax exempt, but HUD does require that housing authorities have pilot agreements, and the amount of money is paid based upon a calculation of a percentage of rent that is received from tenants as adjusted for utility cost. And so it is an arithmetical calculation that's been in effect now for 50 or 60 years. Our operating budget is really quite modest, and over the years, HUD has reduced the funds available to housing authorities nationwide, and it's absorbed substantially by utility cost, by maintenance cost, although it's sometimes questionable that you can see them, and we have very little elasticity in the operating budget. And so we are now undertaking really the costs that are necessary first to do really a facilities needs assessment, which is about $35,000. And at the same time, as Laura Lee outlined in her letter, we're trying to see about where we go as far as the housing that we have available for our residents and potentially additional housing that could be available as affordable housing, starter housing for members of the community, which is something that that HUD is encouraging us to do, and it's something that we should do with the land that we have available. But it's really costing us money that out of our operating budget is very difficult to find, but we need to do it. So we have several major buckets that we're trying to deal with. One, the URI study is a study that, besides being good policy to ask our residents what it is that they find that has worked and what isn't working, it's also required by HUD. If we wish to try to make any changes in terms of our housing, we need to engage the residents early on. And that's the large part of what that study is. The second part of the proposal is the facility needs assessment, which is just looking at the properties, understanding what is needed, understanding really what is required in terms of cost to repair them. And that is necessary as well. And that is something that that hasn't been done, that we can find we can't find that it's been done. And it needs to be done both in terms of what we would be doing over the next few years, but also in terms of what we'd be doing if we decide we need to replace the housing. And third, assuming after we've taken advantage of free consulting services that we can get out of HUD, it's likely that we're going to be needing to engage consultants to help us come up with a plan for reuse of the properties that we have in a way that is really more supportive of the needs of the community in terms of, as I said, serving our residents, but also serving the community. So the $17,000 or $20,000, it may recognize that your budget's very tight. Our budget's also extraordinarily tight. Over the years, I mean, one point that's Laura Lee did not mention in her letter because it just happened, she's been very successful in terms of working with HUD, in terms of finding some additional money from HUD to help us deal with some short-term issues, and was very successful on Friday in getting an award of a grant from HUD to help us with some of the security measures that we need to implement to help our community and the broader community. So thank you for being here. It's very important to us to try to free up money in our budget to be able to do this the right way, because we think over the end of the day, it will be really helpful for the community. I will say, just as an aside, I hope you see that and hear that as we go forward, we hope we can have broader discussions with you, understanding it might not be in your budget season, and you can have a little broader time about where we're going and maybe involve the planning board as well. So thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I will just note for the council and for the Housing Authority Board, we are still looking for an answer from HUD as to what impact an adjustment to the pilot agreement would have. Laura Lee, have you had a chance maybe today to talk to them?
Laura Lee, you're muted again.
I apologize. There's children playing nearby. I don't want to make a noise. I did have a chance to talk to the project officer from HUD, and there will not be negative. There will be no repercussions for us. Basically, they're not going to adjust our subsidy contingent on the pilot. Crassly, our money will stay the same. So that's it.
Great. I think that's great news. One thing, just for the broader edification of everybody who might be watching in the council, I did notice that there is some progress happening on the laundry facility issue. If you wouldn't mind just giving a brief overview of that.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. I'm actually thrilled to do that because we are making progress. So as you saw in the letter, we did hire FJS Associates. They have a lot of experience working with CDBG grants, so they've been really helpful. We had a lot of good talks with Alice Buckley at Washington County CDC and with Brian Wagner from planning. Very helpful, appreciative for their expertise because this is a new undertaking for me. We have received 2 bids. They are both within our budget, so very excited about that. We're reviewing those now, and then we'll be making a recommendation. Chris and I are looking at them to the board, and our meeting is at the end of the month on April 26th. And then the board will vote on which of those entities they want to give a contract to. And then hopefully we'll be breaking ground in May. I'm so excited. So yeah, I'm happy. And if anybody, I know there's a lot of public awareness and scrutiny on that, and please feel free to contact me at any point. I'm happy to provide updates just to kind of keep things flowing and keep everybody in the know, you know.
Sure. Does that sort of conclude your prepared presentations, everybody? And I'll just ask my fellow council members if they have any questions or comments. Councilwoman Kelso.
Laura Lee, it's nice to see you. Did the people who answered your RFPs for the laundromat, will you hit your target date of September 30th? Because I know that was a concern.
It's a huge concern, frankly, Debbie. And so the man we hired as a project manager is very experienced, and he wisely put that the completion date had to be September 1st. So kind of building in that buffer zone. And they have both agreed that they can get it done in that time frame. So I'm apprehensive about putting it out to the universe, right? But
Yeah.
all signs are go, and you know, both the construction companies said they can get it done. So
I'm sure you'll make it a success. Thank you.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilwoman Bergner.
Thank you, Abel. Hi, Laura Lee. I remember you from a long time ago.
I didn't recognize your name, but I recognize your face, which hasn't changed at all, which is so crazy. And sorry for the aside. Tangential conversation.
It's Rhode Island. There's only about 2 degrees of separation between us. Anyway, so I was really excited to hear the progress about the laundry facility. But most recently, a former resident of Champaign Heights contacted me and was really talking about her experience as a tenant. And I know that the laundry was the washer and dryers were removed from units. And her concern was if somebody could actually afford to pay for a unit, could they potentially put one into their place, or is that now prohibited totally?
That predated me and actually predated the whole board. But my understanding is, and I kind of went through the file, that there are electrical concerns, there are plumbing concerns, there are leakages concerns. The units really weren't built with the capacity to handle that, and there were some ongoing problems. And Chris, I think you were probably a little more aware of that than I, but it doesn't seem to be an option at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it was very difficult to hear that, you know, I asked how to even do laundry, and is it still true that once a week they get a ride to the laundromat if they need a ride? That's changed too?
That, yeah, I don't know
Okay.
if or when it was once a week, but it's now, you know, anytime in our operating hours from 8:30 to 4:30.
Okay.
We do ask that people give us 24 hours notice, but I mean, if they call in the morning, I'm like, hey, I have a window of opportunity, you know, especially now, unfortunately with COVID, the maintenance staff can't be doing a lot of stuff in apartments
Yeah.
other than emergency. So they have a little more flexibility, and we give them a ride, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
anytime open.
I just really appreciate all the hard work. I'm sure it's a lot of work to move a mountain that you've done. And I think the new board and you coming on is going to be really great for our community. I know that when pieces started to drip out about how long the laundry was actually happened, people were very, you know, upset. They're concerned, you know, we need to advocate for all. And I think that I know a lot of people are really appreciative for the work that you're doing. My other question, can I ask a second question on a different topic? There's the property that you're on is quite large. Like there's acreage in the back, and there was some conversation about maybe building behind it. Is that owned by the housing authority or owned by someone else?
There is property that we own, and I absolutely defer to our construction lawyer board chair on that, because we've been kind of talking about what our plans will be.
Yeah.
So I think Chris could kind of talk a little bit better about that.
Okay, thank you.
So to answer your question, is we see this as a very large parcel with the opportunity for some really positive reconstruction and redevelopment. how it's done and how it's done physically that works in this environment is something that we need to go through with this process. And we see an opportunity to potentially utilize the 10 acres that we have there, which is very buildable land that has utilities, that has access to, it's right there on Curtis Corner, it's right there
Yeah.
at a great location that we can use the property. I mean, if even it is it's going to need to go through a comprehensive planning process involving the town, so the town is comfortable with what we're doing.
Mhm.
But even based upon, if you look theoretically on your cottage zoning type concepts right now, we're talking about potentially a number of units that could go there. And our thought is that in addition to having housing potentially for our residents who are there, that we would look to try to provide housing as starter homes and making sites available as starter homes. That would be something we want to look at, as well as some type of community center to take advantage of the supports that are made available by a lot of community organizations, be it Johnny Cake, be it the Education Exchange, and supports that could be available for not just our residents, but for the community at large. Now, just to say this, we are looking also, though we expect, and we don't know for sure until we've completed this survey, that we will have residents who are going to say that many of them would feel better if they weren't all in one place and they could be distributed throughout the community. And that's why I think the notation Laura Lee made in her letter that we support your efforts on cottage zoning to try to make available sites that might be available for residents to not all be in one place, but then we would free up the land for other purposes. And that's what we're looking at, having the consultants help provide us with the assistance for.
That sounds so exciting to me. My final question would be, do you anticipate if the infrastructure bill passes, is there any benefit to your organization, or is there any windfall that we can hope that comes your way?
Laura Lee, or do you, I mean,
I can't speak about infrastructure, but I do have one little nugget I'll throw out when you're done if you.
no, go ahead, Laura Lee.
So I'm not well versed in the infrastructure pending bill, but I do know that from the most recent COVID and CARES money, there is some hope that out of the housing money that is going to come into Rhode Island, that Rhode Island Housing is advocating for the housing agencies to get a little bit of funding to get housing navigators, which would be immense, just to really help people to try to locate housing, so that once we give them a voucher, they're not like, what do I do now, right? That there's somebody to help them, prep for the interviews, find available apartments. It'd be really a huge asset for us to have that. So even if we shared it with other agencies, so if everybody could send a kind of positive vibe that comes to fruition, that would be really helpful.
Yeah.
So the answer is we don't really know in terms of the infrastructure bill. We do know that there are movements afoot within Congress to increase funding for HUD, which has been drastically cut over the last 20 years, recognizing that there is a need for housing for the folks we serve throughout the country. And so there is, and there is initial support within the Biden administration. So we're optimistic that there are more opportunities that we can take advantage of.
That's great. That's really great news. I'm glad to hear it. And I can speak for myself that I would be interested in being included and invited to anything that you would need my support or help with in any way. I'd love to become more involved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Housing Authority? Or from the Housing Authority, please, Susan, Charlene, you are here. Want to have something to add to the conversation, please do.
Thanks so much, Councilman Collins. So thank you to all of you for your continued partnership on this. Like, it's the longest standing board member now, which isn't, very long standing. I just want to thank you for supporting the Housing Authority, and especially the residents of the Housing Authority as we've been going through this transition. And I'm hoping that with Laura Lee and Chris's leadership and this new board, that brighter days are ahead of us. And so, thanks for your support in this transition.
And I want to repeat the same thing. Hi, everybody. Yes, thank you so much for your support. This is going to make a great difference for the community. This is something that we've been looking to happen for a very, very long time. And I think when we all put our heads together and we come together as the beloved community, that things will definitely happen. And we just really appreciate all the support that you are giving us.
It's the right thing to do. All right, well, I will open the floor again to any further questions. If not, we can dig into the rest of our agenda tonight. It's a busy one. Councilwoman Bergner.
Just one more. So one of the things from the one resident who contacted me, former resident you have, she talked about a tenants association. Are you thinking about bringing that back? And she was I think she was very active in trying to bring about change and advocate for the community. Didn't know where that was in your plans.
Yes, so we have made a valiant attempt to establish a resident advisory board. It is a HUD requirement. We just completed our annual plan, but as we move forward with our resident survey and working with URI, we're hoping to kind of engender a little more interest and engagement in people. And I'm optimistic that as things start smoothing out here, they'll be more inclined to get engaged, frankly. I mean, that's the blunt truth. So it is in the plans, it just hasn't come to fruition yet.
And I think with this this laundry facility, it'll make a big difference for the tenants to see something that's happening in action. And I think once they see something like this facility going up, that they'll be more apt to want to participate. So I think we're moving in the right direction. And I'm glad to hear that somebody is actually talking about it. Maybe that person could help us to get that started.
I think there's been very low trust in the previous administration and the previous board. So my hope is that we're building trust now and that residents will step forward and be willing to partner with us as local leaders.
Thank you.
That is a hope I think we all share. And I wish you the best of luck. It's important work for our community. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will wish you all a good evening.
Okay.
And you are welcome to continue watching our meeting here, but don't feel it's required.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Well, it is almost 6:30, so maybe we can get ready for the beginning of our interviews. Is Casey Charkowick here? Casey, if you are on the call, if you're one of those phone numbers, you hit *9 to raise your hand. I think, excuse me, I had a frog in my throat. If Casey doesn't join us pretty early on here, we will just proceed with the school building committee interviews in the interest of time.
Can I ask do we have an order so we can pull up all the PDFs or how are you going to do that, Abel?
I was just going to go by the order, I guess, in which they are listed on the agenda.
Okay.
And
We've got quite a few, right?
yes, there are quite a few.
I'm going to open up all the PDFs, so I was just trying to prep myself. Maybe you could do like 3 at a time, like then we could call up the 3 so we could look at them.
Yeah.
Who's on deck and who's
So
clean up better.
yeah, the order that they're listed in, Ryan Muir, Brian Nelson, and Roland Fiore would be the first 3.
I'm so not tech savvy and I'm working 2 screens here. I don't think I've ever done this. I'm sure most of you have since COVID, but totally out of my zone with the screens.
Well, I have 3 laptops sitting in a little U. All to put things up.
I usually print everything off, but I ran out of ink halfway through the day today and there's no time to buy ink. I have to like physically have stuff in hand and like hold on to it, look at it. Old fashioned, I guess.
Yes, I understand. It is not easy to navigate these things. I'm sorry for that. But you just have to suffer through it. So in this case, okay, Ryan is here. So if we can prep those first 3 on the list, Ryan Muir, Brian Nelson, and Roland Fiore, and bring them in that order. If folks are in the meeting and they know that they're going to be interviewed for these spots, if they want to just raise their hands, it'll make it easier for our meeting administrators to pull you in at the right time.
Ryan. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Just let me apologize. We are having construction done in my house right now, so apologize in advance.
It's great. It's a great backdrop.
Yeah.
So you have thrown your hat in the ring to be on the school building committee. Tell us a little bit about why you would like to join.
I think just to have, a voice. I'm a teacher in the district. I'm a parent, and then to have a voice of that group of people. I talk to a lot of teachers and a lot of parents about the projects that are happening, and I think being able to relay that information and weigh that in any decisions that are made seems like a good idea.
Very good. You can certainly see how a teacher would have a vested interest in how
the
school is built.
Yeah.
Any other questions from council? Councilwoman Kelson?
Have you had any input into the plan so far? Have you been, any of your opinions been solicited by the administration?
I think not really like in an official capacity. We talk about it all the time, amongst teachers. I remember that we had that meeting a long time ago where someone came in and we had a round table, and it was my first year as a teacher in the district, at least. And that was the only time I felt like it was an official, like they were asking teachers, what their wishes were, what their wants were, what their need to haves were. But since then, it's been just through coming to these meetings and hearing about it and talking with colleagues. So nothing really official.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Councilwoman Bergner?
So I guess I see you having your foot in 2 different places. So you're both a teacher and a community member. So
Yeah.
how do you anticipate balancing that? Because this is not a tame meeting. There's a lot of activity. There's lots of things people talk, and community members give input. So how will you balance being in 2 different roles?
Well, I've actually had a lot of discussions over the last bunch of weeks with all the stuff on the referendum, just regular conversations with teachers. and about the project and the opposing views. And it's really great to hear what everyone has to say and to take into account what they think. And so that aspect of it, I think sometimes the teacher's view, not that it doesn't get represented, but it's not always heard, right? So it's heard through other people or through non-teachers, So I think having a teacher at the table, although, it seems like some people don't agree with that, which is fine. I think having a teacher at the table in a situation where there's building in a school system seems appropriate and like it would be helpful. For the parent side, I'm advocating for my kids and for all of the kids, for every kid in the district. So, just like any parent wants the best for their children, I want to say I have a daughter right now in the high school, and I have two daughters, and one daughter in Peacedale and one who will be in Peacedale next year. I think that answers your question.
Thank you. Maybe time for one more question here for Ryan, if anybody's got one. All right, seeing none, thank you for your interest, Ryan. I think we'll be making our decisions this evening, so you shouldn't have to wait long to hear. And again, thank you for your service to the community as one of our most beloved teachers, from what I hear. So have a good evening.
Great. Thanks, guys, and I really appreciate everything you guys do, every one of you. I really it's appreciated. So thank you. Have a good night.
And then Brian Nelson, there he is. Welcome, Brian.
Thanks, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
So yeah, just generally, why have you volunteered to serve on the school building committee, Brian?
Yeah, this sounds like a great opportunity to serve in the community. This some real quick information about me. I've been a teacher in the district for the past 20 years. I started way back when Curtis Corner was the junior high, and then I moved over to Broad Rock, and then back over when Curtis Corner was middle school, and that's where I am now. I'm a proud grad of 1995. I currently have two daughters in the district. Both are doing great. One's at Curtis Corner. One is at Broad Rock. I'm also the president of NEASK. I was elected to represent the teachers of our district. So really, why do I want to be part of this team? To kind of piggyback what Ryan Muir said, I think it's really important that there should be some teacher input or kind of opinions on moving forward with the building designs. As a board member, as a committee member, I think there'd be really two things I would focus my time on. One, to ensure that the work that's completed really promotes student engagement. That seems to be a major issue right now in our schools. As union president, you can imagine I talk to teachers every single day from every single level. And that really right now is probably the #1 issue that teachers are facing, is just the lack of engagement from the kids. So if we can get these buildings improved to the point where they promote student engagement, that is huge. And I think seeing it through a teacher's lens is critical. And having that member on the team is very important. And then the second thing is to ensure that our building spaces really enhances and, more importantly, promotes teacher collaboration. That's another huge part of this project, to have a space where teachers collaborate and work together as a professional learning community. So I think those are really the two things that I can really add to the team. Obviously, I'm a teacher. I'm a leader as the union, and I'm a parent as well.
Thank you, Brian.
Sure.
Councilman McEntee, you have a question?
Hey, Brian, appreciate you throwing your hat in the ring. I think it's important that, we do get a teacher on the committee representing, that area, that perspective. Obviously, you're a great educator. I had you at Broad Rock, and I think you do a great job. As we all know, you also are the president of the NEASK. Obviously, you're a very active and busy guy. Just want to ask you, you have the time for this? These meetings sometimes go on for hours. Sometimes they meet in the morning. Sometimes they meet midday.
I certainly do. As you can imagine, I'm passionate about our district. I'm passionate about our buildings. And I do have the time. I do have the energy. I don't have many hobbies. I'm a pretty boring guy. And my golf game stinks. So this is stuff I really enjoy doing. And this is such important work that we're doing, that the town's looking into. And to be part of that would be amazing.
Great. Appreciate it, Brian.
Yep.
Great. And Councilwoman Bergner?
Oh, you muted.
Hi, Brian, how are you?
Doing well, thanks.
I guess, I think for people, for the community, for us to really, for the community to understand why we would appoint you or another teacher, I guess, how would you sort of mitigate some of the concerns that you, obviously, people would have concerns that it's maybe too insular, too myopic and not as diverse and inclusive because it's a lot of all educationally focused people. So I don't mean it to be, sort of pointed, but like, how do you think you could mitigate that? How could you demonstrate some trust to the community that if you were chosen, you would serve in a way that the negative things that people might attribute to the union president serving, how could we mitigate that? Or how?
Yeah, no, that's a valid question. Obviously, I expected it for sure. This is kind of my stance on this building project. It's not really about me. Somewhere out there's a nerdy little kid that's going to take my spot someday. And I want to set the table for the next generation of teachers in our district. I do. Again, this isn't about me. It's about what can we do to ensure that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, we have facilities that attract teachers to our town. And basically, I want someday when I leave, I want a teacher to be able to walk in my room and say, I can work in this room. I can make magic happen. That's my goal. Obviously, being a union president, people are going to have different opinions about it. But that's where my heart is. And it'd be an honor to be part of this team.
Thank you, Brian. Councilwoman Kelso. This is
Brian, you spoke about teachers feeling that there was a lack of engagement with the students. How does this project address that, in your opinion?
How can it or how does it?
Well, I guess that's two questions. Does it? And if it does, how does it happen?
I think it does, but I think the buildings can be transformed to really be student first. The buildings that we have now have been around for a long time, as you know. It was designed for a different era of teaching. Like I've said publicly, the work that this building project can create can really open the door for 21st century learning. And that's really my goal here. We need to go away from the past and move on to the future about and to kind of knock down the door of opportunities for teaching and learning. I think we all grew up in a certain way of learning, right? Well, the kids today, it's a different generation. There's different needs, there's different wants, and they deserve an updated version of learning. So I've been pretty impressed what the team has already been put together. But really, I'm just here to kind of be that teacher voice that kind of ensure that it's heading in the right direction and really add feedback. If I see something that's not going to work, I'll be like, hey, I've talked to the science folks at the high school. They'll have some major concerns about this. Or, hey, I talked to grade 5. They're going back to the elementary school potentially. They're gonna have some concerns about this aspect. So really, I'm just here to be a team member and to really enhance the work that's already been done.
Thank you.
And just in the interest of time, Brian, I'm going to let you go now. Thank you for volunteering for this position. And as I told Ryan, we're going to make our decision tonight, so we won't keep you waiting long. And stay tuned.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Have a good night. All right. I don't see Roland Fiore at the moment, so we'll.
No. Abel, Casey Charkowick has arrived. Do you want to hold him till after the SBC or do you want to bring him in now?
I don't have a strong preference. Anybody else have a strong preference? I think we'll just continue with the school building committee because we're in that flow right now. So
I don't know
the
if I
next,
can switch back and forth between screens that many times, so I guess I would prefer to continue the way that we are continuing.
we'll do that. So Robert Moore is next. We got a lot of Roberts tonight. All right, Bob, you are in the meeting now. There you go.
Hi, everybody. I can simplify things. You can call me Bob. I don't know if there's another Robert who's come up, but you can call me Bob if that's helpful.
I think mostly Bob's actually, but go
on. Hi, everybody. Do you want me to just give my 2 minutes or 1 minute? Okay.
That sounds great.
I've seen a lot of you already in some of the school building committee meetings and some of these town meetings. I'm an architect and urban designer. I've been practicing for about 20 years. My kids are at Peacedale Elementary, Henry and Eleanor. And we moved here several years ago, but my wife's family is, I think my kids are the 11th generation in the family to live in South Kingstown. So they go back quite a ways, back to when it was just Kingstown. And so as an architect, I work on a lot of higher education projects. And so I'm really familiar with how large, complex projects like the one that's before South Kingstown happen. So I think that would be of added value to the committee. So that's one of my interests in helping with the committee, is just to help navigate that scene, which is not familiar to a lot of people. I know how RFPs work. I know the kinds of architects that are going to be up for this project and what's going to be on their mind. So I think I could be helpful there. Also, a couple years ago, when the committee was started, I joined the school committee's sustainability subcommittee. And since this project has ramped up the project for the school, I've become a liaison with the school building committee. So I've already had some interface with a lot of the folks there, trying to improve the proposal along the lines of sustainability. That's a passion of mine and an interest of mine that I think I can bring to the committee as well. I guess, like, in general, my interest is in making the project as good as it can and making sure that the buildings that are put forth and renovated in this project, which is a kind of once in a generation opportunity, are done so with the longest term timeline in mind. So when we're thinking about sustainability issues, we want to obviously meet the budget. That's of utmost priority for everybody. But we want to make sure that if we can take care of all the low-hanging fruit for sustainability issues, we want to do that, and then future-proof it so that we can add to that later if we're able to. And I think my sort of pet interest is in acknowledging that because the buildings are going to be new and improved, we're able to kind of leapfrog over the era of buildings like the high school, which unfortunately the 1950s were a bad decade for school buildings. And we're in an era now where people just learn differently. And I think buildings can be used as teaching tools, especially in the Curtis Corner site. It's a big opportunity. So however I can help, I want to be helpful. So that's why I thought I could continue my kind of liaison status with the building committee and become a full member. So that's why I'm here.
Thanks, Bob. Questions for Bob? Councilwoman Berger.
Yeah, thanks. So interesting. Your resume is really interesting, especially the MIT planning piece. But I was curious to talk a little bit about how you see value engineering maybe impacting some of the projects, and like how you would guide conversations so that, you know, the real risk is we're going to run out of money and we won't finish what's proposed, and then we'll have to make some hard decisions, you know, this if the bond passes. So I don't know if you can just talk about what's your experience in like facilitating those types of conversations, because you must do that with your clients, and
yeah,
you might have thought about it here.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that aspect of things. And normally, you know, you go through several rounds of trying to reconcile the budget. I think the thing that's confronting this project in particular, I mean, it's good to have high ambition, but you want to make sure that you have a plan for getting it back in the budget if your ambition doesn't allow that. I think one obstacle that we're going to confront is the cost of construction materials is going up. So it's not really about the ambition of the project necessarily. It's about the market that's out there that we can't control. And so a lot of that, you know, what we're hearing now is that lead times are getting longer and longer for materials and for equipment. So mechanical equipment and the like is getting a longer and longer lead time. So I think a lot of value engineering can be preempted by very good planning on the part of the design team and the owner's project manager. So that's kind of the first thing that you want to make sure that whatever you can control, you control. So if you can make sure that you're getting the things in the right sequence, then that's going to help you. But value engineering, every project goes through it. And, you know, you have a budget and you have to meet the budget. And sometimes you have to cut programs, sometimes you have to modify materials, but you get through it. Every project gets through it. And so my hope is that by being on the committee, I can help the committee understand the process to feel good about it, because the worst thing you can do in a process like that, which may be unfamiliar to some folks, is panic, and you can get off track very easily if you do that. So you want to always have your eyes on the prize, even though it's very difficult in the day-to-day. I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, it's one of the things you said, that there are no new buildings, so we're only building additions.
Right.
Right. So I think that is where I feel like, you know, there's unanticipated costs, and then even those additions, you know, the additions are not necessarily going to touch the original building. So when those get scaled back, how do you work with clients, I guess? And I guess the other piece is, the other side of your talents is sustainability, and, you know, the real concern about Curtis Corner Park being upended. So how would you protect it, I guess?
Well, I think, you know, from what I understand, there's, yes, the change happens, right? So you have to make sure that it happens in the smoothest way possible. And I think the RFP seems clear to me that it's made that a priority, that, you know, it's clear that whoever is going to be applying to this knows that Curtis Corner is a site that has some energy to it. People are very focused on it, and we want to make sure that the uses can persist over time, and that all of them can get along. So I think that's critical, obviously. When I said new construction, I meant renovation and addition and all that. It's the exciting part of the project is that we're making, in the parts of the building that we're touching, we're improving the buildings in such a way that they're going to be able to serve 21st century students. That's the concern. I think for sustainability, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that we can, if you have a good design team, and through this RFQ process, you know, we're all hoping that we get the best candidate. Through a good design team, a good OPM, and a good client interface, you can have your eyes on that low-hanging fruit, we call it, where there are things that if you're not looking for, you're not going to get, right? And those things are not, tend to be revenue neutral. They are not super expensive things that are achievable. So that's the kind of like basic stuff that I think we need to be looking out for. But value engineering is a thing. It happens to every project, and we control what we can control, and move forward knowing that it's going to be difficult, but always keep your eyes on the prize. That's the best we can do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob. And definitely thank you for your time tonight and for submitting your application. We'll let you know later on.
All righty. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening.
We will go to our second Bob Littlefield now. Bob, you just need to unmute yourself, and if you want us to see you, click on that little video icon. Welcome.
Got it. Good evening, Mr. Council President, Members of the council, good evening.
And so you've probably seen whatever others have done before you, just sort of a introduction, 1 minute, 2 minutes about why you want to serve.
Sure thing. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. And I look at this as a real opportunity for me to serve my community. I've spent a career in education, and I've been through an awful lot of building projects. One in particular that would be similar to this one, and I was an integral player in all of that. At the same time, I had two sons that went through the South Kingstown schools, and they're both flourishing, both doing well. I feel like I've got an obligation to give something back to the community for all they've done for my own family, and I just, you know, as you look at my application, yes, I spent a career in education. I'm currently the executive director of the Rhode Island Principals Association, which is a position that affords me a fair amount of flexibility in my hours. So availability would not be much of a problem, and I would really welcome the opportunity. I think that through my experience, both in Portsmouth and in Warwick, I had an awful lot of conversations between construction people and education people, and I think over time I learned how to communicate properly with both. So I think that's got to, I know, I'd like to think I kind of have a skill set that might prove to be of value to the committee.
Yes.
So that's why I'm here.
Great. Thank you, Bob. A couple hands raised. Councilwoman Kelso, I believe you were first. Let me check. No, Councilwoman Rose, you first.
Hi, Bob. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your application. I was originally hired in Warwick at Gorton in 2015. So I'm quite familiar with the consolidation process there. Would you mind speaking a little bit to how your experience going through consolidation and facilities projects in Warwick and Portsmouth, how that experience might help you as we look towards the facilities project facing us in South Kingstown?
Well, I think that in all of those projects, there were some really difficult decisions that had to be made, some really difficult positions. And if you were around at the consolidation time in Warwick, those were some super controversial decisions that had to be made. The previous applicant spoke about the value engineering process, and that was a big part of every project that I was associated with, where you have to make those decisions because you must abide by your bottom line. I think what is important in all of those decisions is that every decision has to be accompanied by the why. That if people are going to accept the decisions and have faith in them, they have to know why the decisions were made, both what were the reasons for choosing A and what were the reasons for not choosing B. So the people who were in favor of B know that you considered them, know that you were thoughtful and reflective, and that you had your discussions, but then ultimately you had to make decisions. And going forward, I think there's going to be a lot of that. And it's going to require that kind of communication with the constituents and with the community at large. We went through that in Warwick, and we went through that in Portsmouth. I had 3 significant building projects in Warwick, and I worked hand in hand with the building committee and the general contractor on all of those.
Thank you. There were significant challenges in Warwick. There were, a lot of unhappy parents, a lot of unhappy teachers. How would you handle those types of challenges at this point? I'm sure, having gone through that, you probably have a bit more insight now than you did then, right? So how would you handle things differently?
I bore the brunt of a lot of that, as we may. I was the director of secondary schools, and we were consolidating both elementary and secondary schools. And we listened. We remained calm. We took in all of the input. We did not take the personal insults, and there were many. We did not take them personally, but we knew that we had to forge forward. We had to make difficult decisions. And I'm proud to say, looking back on it, when all the dust has settled, the district is in a far better place than they were prior to that consolidation. There might be some blood on the tracks, but the district is in a much better place because of it.
As a current employee of Warwick Schools, I absolutely agree with you, and I appreciate your answers. Thank you so much.
All right.
Councilwoman Kelso, your hand is up.
Hi, Mr. Littlefield. Thank you for your application. How are you familiar with the Stage 2 application? How familiar are you with it? And do you support the ideological reasoning for the shift to Curtis Corner?
I'm familiar with it. I have followed it from the outside, not from the inside, but with really keen interest. And I understand the reasons for going with that option. I understand what the thinking was. And I understand that it was done thoughtfully, and it was time to move forward. One building is more easily worked on than another building, which is an opportunity to put the money to better use. And so yes, I'm familiar with many of the issues. I will confess to following a lot of dialogue on Facebook, even though I don't put a whole lot of stock in what I read, but I do follow it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob. I think with that, we need to keep moving along on this train. But definitely thank you for throwing your name in the ring and for your service to the town as well. I know we didn't get to talk about your time here. Yeah, we'll let you know in short order.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, and have a good evening, everybody.
Question quickly for the rest of the council. We've gone through 4 applicants now. There are 8 remaining if everybody shows up who we would expect, plus Casey. The question would be, do we want to try and fit them all into the remaining 30 minutes or interview some people when we get to that point in the agenda for the appointments? Councilwoman Rose.
Thank you, Abel. So I don't know if this is maybe the appropriate time. I feel that it is. I have some concerns with the pool of applicants in general. We are lacking people of color, we're lacking women. I feel that we need to extend the application window a bit, perhaps to our next meeting, and work on actively seeking out qualified individuals who are female and people of color. We have such a great pool of applicants here. I think the applications have been great. The interviews so far have been great. I just don't feel comfortable moving forward with appointments this evening, knowing that we perhaps have not done our due diligence to recruit committee members that better reflect the makeup of our community.
All right, and there was a third option presented then, not making the appointments tonight, and Councilwoman Kelso, you were next.
So here, Jess, this pool of 13 men, although all of them stellar applicants, right, does not reflect what I wanted to see in the applicant pool. So I will echo Jess's hesitancy to appoint tonight, but also for a different reason. I would prefer to wait to appoint until May 10th. That is post-referendum. I think my choices for the school building committee will be very different depending on how that vote comes down, right? So if we're moving to a construction phase, I want to move very, very forcefully in that direction with the people I would like to see on this committee, people that have that kind of experience. If we are then looking to the school committee to redefine the role of the school building committee, then my choices would be very different as well. In answer to your question, Mr. President, I would like to continue with these interviews tonight until our 7:30 start for the regular business meeting, and then interview whoever is remaining during the appointments item on the agenda. But I will definitely hold off. I would move that we hold off on any appointments until May 10th.
Very good. And Councilwoman Berger.
So I definitely agree that we need to work on increasing the diversity of the pool. I recommend that maybe we maybe email Dean Wright, the College of Engineering Dean at URI, maybe the Landscape Architecture Department, maybe try to seek some faculty from URI, maybe some diverse candidates would come that way. Maybe we could reach out to some networks in the community so that we can increase the pool, I think, in terms of women and people of underrepresented groups. That would be great. I'm also hoping that we can interview Casey, because he's here, just sort of a little disjointed, everyone, but that we don't have him hanging around to the end. And this is his second time, or not second time, but we've been trying to appoint and interview him. If we could do that, and I'm fine holding off the appointments until May 10th. I think we'll know when the dust settles what we're looking at, and we'll know what type of team we're trying to build. So I'm in agreement with Deb and Jess.
All right, very good. Councilman McAtee.
I agree. I think it makes sense to make the appointments at the May 10th meeting after the referendum. I think at that point in time, it will be clear who will have the best makeup as to join the committee and help move things forward, or wherever things are at that point. I agree also that we should continue with the interviews tonight, just to knock those out, and then continue any that haven't been completed at the next meeting, and even consider opening the pool up, as the other members had iterated, to add more diversity, preferably some people of women and other things. So that's where I'm at.
All right, okay. So I think we've got some direction here. We will next bring in Daniel Saccone.
Abel, also Roland Fiore is the number ending in 943. If you just want to mention how one would raise their hand and enter by calling.
So Roland, you will be next. If you wouldn't mind just raising your hand by pressing *9. All right, Daniel.
Hello, welcome. Everybody. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. If you wouldn't mind, just give us your elevator pitch for joining the committee.
Yeah, sure. So I have been in the construction business now for about 22 years. I started in the field as a superintendent, managing construction ranging anywhere from $1 to $80 million a year. I have a lot of hands-on experience, understand how things go together, understand how to do constructability reviews from a design standpoint, and from concept and looking at plans, figuring out how to build it, how to put it together, and then actually doing it. After my 14-year career in the construction business as a superintendent, I got brought on to the Bryant Builds campaign at Bryant University, where I became an owner's rep and in essence, an owner, managing 3 of the 5 projects that we did there. We did $72 million in 3 years. I was physically responsible for the strength and conditioning building as well as the new classroom building. I did all the MEP fit out and all the commissioning for that structure. So I have been around the new way of teaching, if you will, the innovative classrooms, the glass bulletin boards, the technology that goes with it. Bryant really gave me a lot of experience with that. Though I had done a number of jobs at Yale University in my construction days of building it, to see it from an owner's point of view and start managing budgets and paying for it and ordering materials, that firsthand experience, led me to my career now, in essence. I since moved on from Bryant University, and now I work as an owner project manager for a consulting company. And I get to manage projects from concept to finish. And I have to say that one of the things that when I was a super in the field, I never realized I was missing. There was always something missing in my career. And now being an owner's rep, I get to see something literally from concept to completion. I deal with people that say, hey, I have a problem, we need to fix it. How do we fix it? We put estimates together, we put budgets together. I hire designers right now. I have a tremendous amount of contract knowledge. I successfully right now manage, I purchase the design, the engineers, the architectures, the testing and balancing, the prime contractors, sometimes even, purchasing materials, cranes, etc., from the owner's point of view, and blending it all together into a project. I think that that's one of my strong suits. You had several good candidates that spoke tonight. And one of the things that I took from that is not just value engineering. Value engineering is something that happens. However, designing to a budget is more important. We do that from the start of the design at a 30% level, at a 60% level, at a 90% level with pre-construction estimating. I have a vast field of representatives that I work with every day, resources that I can call and use for this position. We can put estimates to designs, manage to a budget so that we have healthy contingencies in order to make sure that we're not false promising wishes that people aren't going to get. But you always design to what you can do with a contingency for what you want if you can still have the money to do it. And I think you can put that into the design process early on, as well as in the construction process, that is, as you're going, if you hit something where you're like, hey, we might not be able to afford that, let's make some alterations to make it so 5 years from now, it's cheaper to do it or easier to do it. 10 years from now, it's cheaper and easier to do it by upsizing columns or adding valves in places where you might need them for infrastructure down the future, electrical and so on.
Great, thank you. That was very comprehensive. Any questions? Councilwoman Kelsey.
Thank you for your application, Mr. Saccone. Are you a graduate of South Kingstown High School?
I am, yeah. I graduated in '93. I was born and raised here. I lived in Matunuck, and my mom was the school nurse at the 5 schools in the town. So,
Have you been in the high school recently?
No, not in a really long time. I went in
It
once.
looks the same.
Yeah, I went in once at one point to pick somebody up. There was a show going on, and it was a blast from the past to some degree. There's still some unfamiliar territory because when I left, the addition was kind of starting at that point. So it's a little different.
Thank you again for your application. Much appreciated.
Yeah, any other questions?
I do have one other thing to say, if I may.
Sure.
One thing I missed that I should tell you, why I decided to put in my application. I've always felt that I have a talent in seeing construction through the right way. And I'm really tough at the jobs I run, and I get the most bang for the buck out of the deal. And I think that I've watched a lot of wasted money go into construction in places, and I think I can help, from a volunteer service, make that not happen here.
Thank you, Councilwoman Berger.
I
I had a question and then you sort of answered the question, but I think, I guess I'm just interested in how you deal with conflict and how you deal with competing constituencies who might be, you obviously in your role, you must do that.
Yeah, it's research based, making sure you have all of your I's dotted and your T's crossed, understanding the people's concerns and truly looking at their concerns as they're real, and understanding, what they're trying to get out of it and what the other person's trying to get out of it, and making the best decision
Mhm,
for the town.
mhm.
And I think if you do your homework and you present your case right in a way that people can see the truth, and the truth is usually crystal clear when you put it in a comparison form, they understand why you had to make the decision you did.
Right. I mean, I'm really looking for candidates who can sort of look through the competing noise to say like, this is what's best. Like, here's, I get you want this and you want this, but this project, whatever the projects will be, really need to sustain us for a long time. It's the most we're going to be able to borrow, and that we'll only have one time to go through and do these things. So I really want to to give the community the best bang for the buck, so I'm really looking for someone who's gonna be able to sort of navigate through that and advocate like for the community, not for the constituencies, but for the I guess the constituency of the community members who will use it. So I appreciate your very honest insight into your work and how you approach things, and thank you.
I appreciate that. Bob Moore had said something important that you need to definitely focus no matter how you go, is that lead times have drastically increased recently. We're seeing upwards of a year lead time for bar joists and some outrageous ones for HVAC equipment. But building that into the design ahead of time and designing systems that you can get your hands on, or doing pre-purchase packages ahead of time during the design phase. If you're using certain types of things, you can get that stuff ahead of time. But just we have no idea where it's going, and we're always responding to what's happening in the market today. Good luck.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for submitting your resume and your application. It sounds like we're gonna be letting you know probably sometime in early May when we make our final decisions. I apologize to all those candidates who we spoke to before, who I told we make a decision tonight. And we'll look forward to talking with you more.
All right, thank you very much.
Good night.
Bye.
I think we have time for one more of the school building committee applicants, and then we'll take Casey Charkwick. So Roland Fiore, his hand is up. I believe that's the phone number that Rory mentioned ending in 943. You can be brought in. All right, Roland, in order to speak, you need to hit *6 to unmute yourself. All right.
Unmuted, Roland Fiore here.
You are here. We can hear you.
Thank you.
So
good evening, everybody.
If you wouldn't mind just giving us sort of a 2-minute pitch about your interest in the committee.
Well, I don't. First of all the other applicants are excellent and very diverse, and I do agree with the council decision to wait until May 10th so they get a better idea what the scope of this project is. Myself, my primary interest is a lifelong resident of South Kingstown and business owner, but I consider myself very independent, and I really look at things very transparently, and I really don't have an opinion of the project until I could get a closer view of the details. And one of my strong points in the community is collaboration and long-term view. And that's why I feel I could potentially be an asset to the committee.
Thank you, Roland. And your service to the committee is well known to all of us, I believe. So thank you for that as well. Questions for Roland? Councilman McAdie.
Roland, Rory McIntyre
Yes.
here. Good to see you. Throw yourself
Hi,
in the
Rory.
ring here. Obviously, I know you, my former high school basketball coach at SK High. And it's obviously well known you're a successful businessman in town. Having someone like you with very credible business experience would be valuable to the committee. I just want to ask you, if in fact there are cost overruns with increases of materials, for example, or just unexpected increases in costs, where would you cut back in terms of the project to make sure you're still within the scope of the $85 million if in fact that's what happens?
Well, I think it's premature to even put a question like that on the table until this is thoroughly vetted on what the options are. I know there's some questions on site conditions, et cetera, but that would be up to the construction manager and the architects to present these options up front. And I think you could control them as long as everybody is on the same page with what the final goal is in today's market. And I expect this market to slow down a little bit to some of the concerns the other folks had I think things are going to settle down once we get past this pandemic situation. Everything is just overloaded from lumber to steel, et cetera. But I do see some stabilization in the future on those markets.
Thank you, Roland.
And Councilman Bertner.
I think my hand was up from before.
Sorry.
Not sure.
Any other questions for Roland? All right, seeing none. Roland, thank you very much for coming tonight and for throwing your hat in the ring for this position. It's going to be a little while before we let you know, but definitely appreciate your willingness to serve again for the community.
Well, you're welcome, and thanks for having me on tonight.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right, and if we could now bring in Casey Charkowit for that zoning board. Great. So for the remaining 6 candidates for the school building committee, I understand that you were probably planning on being out of here by 7:30. If you can stick around till the middle of the agenda when we discuss appointments, we would appreciate that, but I understand you may not have worked that into your schedule, so we can reschedule your interview for a future meeting if that's the case. Otherwise, please do just hang on. All right, Casey, well, welcome back.
Oh, sorry about that. I was on the public link and I didn't realize that I was on the wrong one. My apologies.
No problem whatsoever. So you want to move up from being an alternate to a full member of the zoning board? You've been on for a few months now. What has your experience been like?
It's been great, really. I mean, it's a little bit more work than I first realized, but I really enjoy it. I think it's important work. The other members of the board are great. I think that the board tends to approach things from the standpoint of, trying to improve is generally the position. They give people they give people opportunities to speak. It's been a great experience. So when I was asked to move up, I figured why not? I've enjoyed it. And, there's a need there. I've been basically serving as a full-time member since I started anyway. So it's not really a change for me. So I figured I'd put my hat in the ring.
Very good. Any questions for Casey tonight? Council? All right. Well, that sounds like a pretty easy interview tonight for you, Casey. Sorry we had those technical difficulties with the video that you tried to send us last time.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I knew that was challenging. It's only been a year since we've been doing remote stuff, but it still seems to be challenging. It's crazy.
Well, that is modern life, I guess. Well, again, thank you for your service, and we'll let you know shortly.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
So that leaves us at 7:24. We probably do have time for one more of those school building committee candidates if we wanted to, or we could do a quick run through the agenda if that would be helpful.
Abel, I just want to mention real quick, would it be possible if people who interviewed tonight were not able to stick around to be notified that they might not be finding out, can we get an email out to them just so that they're not like sitting around wondering why haven't I heard anything? Just let them know that we're going to delay appointments if that's in fact what we're going to do.
Yes, we can send out a notice.
Thank
We'll
you.
send out a notice to all of the folks who were on tonight's list and let them know that appointments will be made after May 10th, on or after May 10th. Although you'll decide exactly when you can vote on a date.
Great. Thank you.
All right. So I think maybe at this point it's best just to go through the agenda a little bit before we get to our 7:30 start. Rob, do you want to highlight anything particularly?
Actually, in terms of new business, it's not a particularly extensive agenda. I will note a couple of items on the correspondence portion of the agenda that could be acted upon by the town council tonight. You've got a email from, or letter and email and draft changes to the taxation ordinance dealing with accessory dwelling units. That will have to be handled through a public hearing. So when you get to that, even on correspondence, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong about this, you could actually order that to notice because it's on the agenda as correspondence. You could put it on for notice of a public hearing. If you choose to do that, I would suggest you go beyond April 26th because that's the night of the budget adoption, and I think that's going to be a busy night anyway. So you could have the town clerk notice for a public hearing, I would say in May. May 10th is the first meeting in May. The second item on the agenda under correspondence that is actionable tonight, although not fully actionable, could be taken up for discussion purposes, is that Councilwoman Bergner has requested that the council go into executive session for the purpose of discussing possible litigation that could be put on executive session for discussion purposes tonight. There could be no vote on that.
Those two first communications items, which we also heard about in the work session in meeting with the Johnny Cake Center and the Housing Authority, would we be able to take action on those tonight?
Yes, they are on as correspondence and therefore could be voted on tonight as if they were regular action items. I would suggest the only, well, we can talk about that when you get to them. There's some information about the cost of the Public Housing Authority project that I think the council needs to be aware of.
Then we have a few public hearings. Obviously the big one, the comprehensive community plan.
I'm sorry, yes, of course. The comprehensive plan is on the agenda for a public hearing. We will have a presentation tonight, the same presentation that was made by the planning director a couple of weeks ago, or 4 weeks ago now, I guess. But you know, it will be the same presentation. There have been no changes since the council and the planning board met to discuss the comprehensive plan. And the public will be seeing the same presentation, and it is in fact the same plan as has been out for public comment for quite some time now.
Councilwoman Bergner, you have a question?
Sorry about that. Just to go back one step to the pilot for Johnny Cake and the Housing Authority, could we get a memo from the tax assessor? I mean, because this would this not affect the adopted, well, not the adopted, but the preliminary budget? So.
And that's exactly why they're on the agenda tonight, and we brought them to the council as quickly as possible, because you're correct, there will have to be an adjustment to the revenue projection that is being made for the budget before the budget is adopted.
Okay.
The cost to the budget is $25,000 and change. If we were to do a full abatement, or rather a full reduction in the tax, although it's also fairly complicated on the Public Housing Authority side because it is a HUD calculation based on rents and energy costs. So if we don't simply say you're not paying any pilot and we reduce it as a percentage, then it gets complicated. The real issue, and this is more than I wanted to get into right here, but the real issue is that $20,000, which is what we saw last year, is a big chunk of change. And we do use those funds as, for example, the contributions that are made to charitable organizations here in town, the outside agency funds. It is beginning to eat at the revenues available. It's not huge, but Zach's view of this was that $10,000 is not going to be hard for us to just adjust the budget on. $20,000 actually does require us to go back out and think about what we're doing here. So.
All right, I'm gonna have to stop us there because we've reached 7:31. It's time for us to get going. Are we all set in terms of streaming and recording? Very good. Well, then I'd like to welcome everybody to this meeting of the South Kingstown Town Council. It is Monday, April 12th, 2021. Time is 7:31. Our first order of business is the pledge to the flag. If the clerk wouldn't mind leading us in that again, very grateful.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Susan. And would you please take the roll?
Certainly. Council President Collins.
Here.
Council Vice President McEntee.
Here.
Councilwoman Bergner.
Here.
Councilwoman Kelso.
Here.
Councilwoman Rose.
Here.
All members are present.
Item 4 on the agenda is the approval of minutes of previous meetings.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 4A, B, and C.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilman McEntee, second Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to item 5, the consent agenda.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Jess Rose, I will second.
We have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously as well. Item 6 on the agenda is licenses. 6A is a resolution granting a victualling license to Hannah's Bistro, doing business as Duck Press of Main Street in Wakefield, subject to approval by the Rhode Island Department of Health and Rhode Island Division of Taxation. Application by Mark Bryson. Is Mark or someone here to represent on this license application? There he is. Can we bring Mark in? All right, Mark, you just need to unmute yourself. And if you want to be seen, click on that little video camera. There you are. Welcome.
Well, thank you.
So tell us about Duck Press.
We're looking to open a French-style bistro.
So tell me more about that. I'm not too up to date on my French cooking.
Gotcha. So we'll have looking to have a 12-seat bar, about 40 seats in the dining room. And we'll probably have like a 3-section menu with like some bar snacks, some small plates, and then some large plates. We're not looking to have a super big menu, probably like 3 or 4 bar snacks, 6 to 8 small plates, 6 to 8 large plates, and it'll be seasonally changing. And yeah, we have a exciting menu. I'm super happy with the menu, what we're trying to do over there.
Neat. All right, I see a question from Councilwoman Rose.
So the building itself has been quite the talk of the neighborhood. I live right around the corner, and we've been watching the progress every day. Love the nice, bright front on the sidewalk. It looks great. So wish you the best of luck. Love French cuisine, so I'm really looking forward to it. We don't have that around here that I'm aware of, so I think it'll be a nice addition. So thank you. And I wish you the best of luck.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for the Councilwoman Kelsey?
Just a quick question. Target date for opening?
Early June.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Bergner?
Well, I'm really excited. Your neighbor is going to be the South County Bread Company, which is, maybe they'll be one of your suppliers.
Oh yeah, we hope so. Their bread ovens, I think, coming in next week.
Yeah.
And, I think they're a little ahead of us on schedule opening date. So
I think it'll
yeah,
be.
and Edible Roadie has actually contacted, I think, the both of us, and are doing a summer issue of What's New on Main in Wakefield.
Awesome.
So I don't know if you know the Edible Roadie. It's kind of like a food magazine in the state, which is pretty cool. So I guess there's a few more things happening too on Main Street too.
I think that'll be maybe a great partnership, or maybe a great driver to you and you to them. So I would wish you great success. Would you tell us what your hours are? Are you going to be open for lunch and dinner, brunch on Sunday? What is?
Gotcha. So tentatively planned dinner only, 4 to 10. Definitely a brunch Saturday, Sunday in the future, I think, at some point. And yeah, that's kind of, I think we're gonna start being closed Tuesdays and Wednesdays for the time being. We still operate Binge Barbecue in Newport as well. So just, lot to oversee, a lot to take care of. So we don't want to, spread ourselves too thin right off the bat.
And just my other question is, with COVID and some new or extended restrictions, are you able to serve outside? Will you be in the back and all, or outside?
I haven't looked into that yet. Possibly. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to explore all the options. I definitely, would love to explore the outside dining options, because I think it's awesome to be able to do that. So if there was a space that it is possible, I would be definitely open to that.
But I mean, I think in general, once you become open, and once you or I parents, and you or I really opens back up, you might be able to find a niche there as well.
Yep.
So wonderful. I'm excited.
All right. Any other questions for Mark? Do I hear a motion?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 6A.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilman McEntee, second by Councilwoman Rose. Any further discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Good luck, Mark. Wish you the best.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Don't go away, because your public hearing is still coming up.
Okay.
Okay.
6B is a resolution granting a victualling license to Pagliatti Family Enterprises, doing business as the Flats of High Street, subject to approval by the Rhode Island Department of Health and Rhode Island Division of Taxation. Application by Peter Pagliatti. Looks like Daniel Baruti is here to speak on this. All right, Daniel, you have been brought into the meeting. If you just unmute yourself. There we go.
I have, and I believe Mr. Pagliatti is also attempting to log in.
Yep, looks like he's got his hand up. And Daniel, if you want to be seen by us, you can of course click on that little video camera. There you are. And the same goes for you. There we go. All right, so gentlemen, tell us a little bit what you're going to do with the flats.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thanks for seeing me tonight. Some of you may already be aware of the flats. It's located on High Street, right at the Rotary there. It's a 48-seat restaurant specializing in barbecue. We are looking to essentially keep operations as they are with slight enhancement to the dining experience. We are very excited about it. We're fans ourselves before we found out that it was for sale. The current owner, we think, has done a fantastic job, and we're looking forward on carrying forth kind of the good reputation of the restaurant and making just some slight improvements, cosmetic improvements inside. But it's going to be kind of operations as it is with some slight enhancements.
All right, very good. I think people will be happy to hear that. Councilwoman Kelso.
Hi, welcome to the neighborhood. And will it be a seamless transition? Will there be any downtime between ownership or?
Nope, we're looking to continue operations right through. So we're looking to close on the 30th of April and keep things moving just as they are.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that makes it pretty simple. Do I hear a motion on this one?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 6B.
Deb Bergner, second.
We have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilman Bergner. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, certainly. They also have to stick around, I believe. Well, we'll see you in a few more minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
7C is a resolution granting a holiday sales license to RPC doing business as Rumford Pet Express, 600 Kingstown Road in Wakefield. Application by Beth Samus. Let's see. Beth, or anyone else who might be here to represent on item 6C. Mike Squitredo. Oh, you got put back in there. All right, Mike, you have been brought into the meeting. If you would unmute yourself, we'll be able to hear you. And if you want to be seen, you can click on that video camera. All right.
Hey there.
How are you doing?
Good, good. Thanks for having us.
Tell us more about Rumford Pet Express.
Absolutely. We are a Rhode Island-based family-owned business. Started 85 years ago. We have our 85th birthday this year. We're a kind of East Bay born here in East Providence, Rhode Island. And we have acquired the former Pet Value space just adjacent to the Belmont Market in town. This is the furthest south that we've ventured. And we are very, very excited to be in the town of Wakefield. I personally go down there as much as possible. I do live in Barrington, along with the company's owner, Michael Baker, who couldn't be with us tonight. But he is the great grandson of Salty Baker, who started Rumford Aquarium in 1936, and have been operating here in the East Bay and around the state of Rhode Island for since then, 85 years. So historically, up until March of this year, we had 5 locations one in southeastern Mass and 4 in Rhode Island. And we've just acquired 4 new locations, one being in Wakefield.
Congratulations on that expansion. That's
Thank you very much.
I see a question from Councilwoman Rose.
Will you guys still have the self-service pet washing stations in there?
Yes, we do. The pet washes are as they were. We didn't really change much to the inside of the space, with the exception of just painting, a minimal modification, just kind of making it more of a Rumford space. Could you hang on 1 second for me?
Sure.
Sorry about that. My children had the TV on pause and it came off. So we are primarily, we are an independent pet store, which is a little bit more unique than sort of your big box, in that we stock and partner with companies that are primarily family owned. You can't really buy our products online through other sort of the larger pet retailers. So we are a little bit more unique. And we are also dealing with predominantly natural holistic foods and supplements for your pets. So, pretty much everything you'll find in our store is human grade, consumable by all sources, and goes through a very, very rigorous process in order to get on our shelves.
Take your word on the human grade thing. Any other questions? All right, I see none. Is there a motion on this one?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 6C.
Deb Bergner, I'll second.
Motion by Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Bergner. Any further discussion? All right, anyone opposed? Very good. That motion carries unanimously. Good luck, Mike. I look forward to seeing the store open up.
Thanks so much. Take care.
You too.
Bye now.
Good evening. That brings us to item 7 on the agenda, public hearings. Public hearing 7A is relative to an application for transfer of a license to keep and sell alcoholic beverages in South Kingstown in accordance with the general laws of 1956 as amended as follows. Class B victualler liquor license, transfer of a Class B victualler liquor license to Mary Murphy's, from Mary Murphy's, sorry, by Patrick Guidera, member of Hannah's Bistro, doing business as Duck Press, by Mark D. Bryson of Main Street, Wakefield, for the first floor dining room and bar area in accordance with a special use permit granted by the Zoning Board of Review on May 19th, 2010, and further defined in a site plan on file in Town Clerk's office. Said transfer is contingent upon the issuance of a certificate of good standing from the Rhode Island Division of Taxation, filing of a certificate of insurance evidencing required liability coverage, compliance with all town ordinances and regulations, payment of any municipal taxes and user fees and arrears to the town, correction of any fire code violations, and the satisfaction of all claims. And Susan, is there anything for the record on this one?
No, I have not received any objections on this license. So what we have reflected on the agenda is what we have, what we know about.
Very good. So any questions for Mark? Council. Seeing none, we'll open it up for public comment. If there's anybody from the public who would like to say something about this liquor license transfer, please raise your hand now. All right, I see no takers. In that case, do I hear any comments at all from anyone here? And if not, do I hear a motion to close the public?
Deb Kelso, motion to close the public hearing.
Jess Rose, second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Rose, Councilwoman Kelso, second by Councilwoman Rose. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And do I hear a motion on 7A?
Deb Kelso, motion to approve item 7A.
Rory McIntee, second.
Motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilman McIntee. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Mark, thank you for sticking around and being open for questions here. We didn't have any for you, but we'll let you off easy tonight.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good night.
You too.
And that brings us to 7B, public hearing relative to an application of transfer of a license to keep and sell alcoholic beverages in South Kingstown in accordance with the general laws of 1956, as amended as follows. Transfer of a Class B victualler liquor license from The Flats, doing business as The Flats of High Street by Jane LeBlanc, member to Pagliatti Family Enterprises, doing business as The Flats by Peter Pagliatti of High Street in Wakefield for the first floor bar and dining areas, and is further defined in a site plan dated March 17th, 2021 on file in the town clerk's office. Said transfer is contingent upon the issuance of a certificate of good standing from the Rhode Island Division of Taxation, filing of a certificate of insurance evidencing required liability coverage, compliance with all town ordinances and regulations, payment of any municipal taxes and user fees and arrears to the town, correction of any fire code violations, and the satisfaction of all claims. All right, Susan, any input on this one?
As I noted in my memo, we have received objections to this transfer from 3 creditors. And you will note on the agenda, we have the notification that the granting of any transfer of this license will be subject to satisfaction of those claims.
Very good. All right, any input, Daniel or Peter, on those claims? Are those in the process of being rectified?
The business is an ongoing venture, so they're incurring expenses with these providers who we intend to do business with as well. I've been in touch with Attorney Mancini with regards to 2 of the creditors, and he fully expects to have those resolved before we ask that the liquor license be transferred.
All right, very good. Any other questions for the applicants? All right. Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public for any comments. If you're watching or listening and you have anything to say on item 7B, this transfer of a liquor license from one Flats to the next, raise your hand now. All right, seeing none, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Deb Bergner, I make a motion to close the public hearing on item, sorry, I lost my place, 7B.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
Motion from Councilwoman Bergner, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And do I hear a motion on 7B? Do we have to reference that language in the motion, Susan, about the?
Yes, you do. It's all of the contingencies that are always imposed on a liquor license transfer. Most of them are required by state law. The rest are required by town ordinance.
Rory McIntee, I'll make a motion to approve 7B contingent upon the satisfaction of all outstanding claims.
Deb Kelso, I'll second.
Motion from Councilman McIntee, second from Councilwoman Kelso. Do I hear any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Have a good night.
That brings us to 7C, a public hearing continued from March 22nd, 2021 to consider proposed amendments to the Town Code, Chapter 17, Taxation, Article 1, in general section 17-1, veterans exemptions. So pursuant to General Law 1956 44-3-5.1 as amended, the town council is authorized to exempt from taxation a specified dollar amount of real and/or personal property of qualified individuals as defined in General Law 1956, Chapter 3 of Title 44, who are residents of the town of South Kingstown. The said individuals and tax credits are as follows. You can see the chart, the table there. This change would bring the Veterans of War exemption from $185 to $215. The same for unmarried spouse of a veteran of war. It would raise the veterans who are 100% totally disabled through service-connected disability from $305 to $340. Gold Star parent exemption would remain the same at $378, and the veterans who are prisoners of war rises from $550 to $565. We have Jean here to answer any questions we might have, or to present on sort of the questions that we had the last time, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm Gene Bouchard, the town assessor. I'll just go through my notes here. My comments here tonight are based on a continuation of the March 22nd public hearing on the veterans exemption. During that meeting, I recommended that a statewide survey on veterans exemptions indicated that a veteran's exemption and a widow of a veteran be increased $30 to a credit level of $215. Veterans who are 100% disabled be increased $35 to a credit level of $340. Veterans who were prisoners of war be increased $15 to a tax credit level of $565. The one remaining category for Gold Star parents, the town was already $146 above the statewide average of $232 for a tax credit of $378. I would like to clarify the tax exemption language in the statutes for Gold Star parents, veteran, and widow of a veteran. In existing state statutes, there are 5 different veteran exemption categories for South Kingstown under state law. Those exemptions are as follows. A veteran of war, widow of a veteran of war, veterans who are totally disabled through service-connected disability, Gold Star parents, and veterans who are prisoners of war. In the existing state statutes, there is not a veteran's exemption for a Gold Star spouse. The basic difference in the statutes between the Gold Star parent and the widow of a veteran is that a Gold Star parent language states every person whose son or daughter whose death was determined to be in the line of duty. The basic veteran and widow of a veteran does not have the same language. It does not state whose death was in the line of duty. The statutory language for a widow of a veteran simply discusses the widow of a veteran and not how the veteran perished. I should note that federal benefits for veterans and surviving spouses are much more extensive than what the town offers. Our annual veteran survey only tries to address and be competitive with the exemptions that are offered in other cities and towns in Rhode Island. Should the council agree with the recommendations made at the March 22nd public hearing and here tonight, I would request approval of the resolution presented. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to address them.
Thanks, Gene. Questions, council? So I guess I know that there was some confusion last time about why spouses were receiving less than Gold Star parents. Do people feel satisfied with the explanation then?
Mr. President, Deb Kelso, so I was the one who raised that issue, and my questions have been answered offline, so I am satisfied. Thank you.
All right, well, if there are no questions from council members, I'll open the public hearing up to members from the public who might want to comment on this issue. If you would like to be heard and you're on your phone, you can hit *9 to raise your hand, and then *6 would unmute yourself. I don't see any comments from the public, so do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Deb Bergner, I'll make a motion to close public hearing 7C.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
Motion from Councilwoman Bergner, second from Councilwoman Rose. Is there any further discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And do I hear a motion on 7C?
Deb Kelso, motion to approve item 7C.
Deb Bergner, second.
Motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Bergner. Discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to item 7D, public hearing relative to adoption by reference of the Town of South Kingstown 2021 Comprehensive Community Plan. This expected presentation.
We'll be bringing Jamie Rabbit in, the planning director, who has a presentation to make.
Let's see here.
Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it?
Jamie right now, he was on earlier, and I'm not sure if we lost him or if he's under another name, if he wants to raise his hand.
We only have one phone number ending in 504. If that's you, Jamie, please raise your hand.
All right. Well,
Would you like me to bring in Jay Parker for the time being?
yes, if you would.
Sure. Let's try and put him on the spot here.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yep.
Hey, Jay, are you there? If you are, you got to unmute yourself. There you go.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, geez, hold on a second. I was not prepared for this.
Yes, we apologize for that, Jay. But we are presuming that you might have some input on the comp plan. If that is the case, please give us some basics, and maybe we'll wait and hopefully somebody can get a hold of Jamie and see if he can get to a computer.
Sure. So Jamie did put a few slides of a presentation together that he was going to run through. I believe it was going to be a similar presentation to what was presented previously. Largely, the plan, the contents of the plan remain essentially the same. It's been reformatted, included several additional sections, including natural hazards and such. Hold on one second. I was trying to get in touch with Jamie. I was wondering if that was him.
This is Mike Urso. I'm talking to Jamie. I'm giving him the credentials for him to get into the meeting.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. All right, and Jay, since we're in touch with Jamie, thank you for being willing to go right into the breach there. Let you off the hook.
Thank you. I was not prepared. Sorry.
Mike Ursillo again. Jamie's in the process of connecting as we speak.
The update, Mike. And thank you folks for bearing with us. Just a quick technical difficulty here.
Trying to get me in, Mike.
Okay, Susan, can you let Jamie in?
I'm still connecting, sorry.
Oh, he says he's still connecting. Sorry about all of this.
Okay, yeah, I don't see him yet.
Still spinning. I mean, I have full Wi-Fi, rebooted.
He's still trying to get in.
This is Colleen. I did email Jamie directly, and he could call in. If he's not able to join through the video, he could call in and we'll bring him in through the phone, if that's helpful.
I'll let him know that. Jamie, it was suggested that you could call in if you cannot get in through the video.
Yeah, give me one more moment. I gotta try and I'm just gonna go one other place.
Okay.
Let's see.
I see him there.
He should be there now, Susan.
You should be there now, Susan.
Okay, yep. Okay. Jamie.
Right, and Jamie, to save bandwidth, we've loaded the PowerPoint presentation. You should be able to see it in Zoom, and if you'd like, we'll just manage it from here so your bandwidth is not eaten up on the presentation.
Here we go.
Now we lost him.
Lost Jamie. We were bringing him in and he's gone, so.
Mr. President, if you'd like, we can walk through this presentation so that the public has this. It's part of the public record. And when the director is successful in getting back into the meeting, we can have him recap.
That sounds like something we should do. Let's start there.
All right, so this is the presentation that the Director of Planning has put together for tonight's public hearing. He really wanted to point out that the basic purpose of the comprehensive plan is defined in Rhode Island law. And this is the statutory citation and the purpose of the comprehensive plan. It's a guide to local decision-making.
You guys should have me right now.
Right, good.
Welcome, Jamie.
Are you seeing?
You are muted now.
Rob, can you hear me? Can everyone hear
Yes,
me?
we
Abel?
can hear you.
Yes.
All right, I apologize for the technical difficulties. But as I was doing that, Rob,
Yeah, you're saving me from embarrassing myself, so thank you. Did we lose him again? I spoke too soon.
All right.
We do seem to have lost him. But again, the presentation that he did prepare for tonight indicates that the comprehensive plan is a valuable community tool. Its purpose is to guide local decision-making on important topics, provides development direction. It's sort of governing in only the sense of providing guidance on private development, encourages economically and socially environmentally sustainable community growth. The comprehensive plan does these things by having reviewed through a community process the expectations and the objectives of the community. Key features of the act here: all municipalities are to prepare and adopt a single comprehensive plan that are to be updated and re-adopted not less than once every 10 years. Each plan is to include certain standard content and forecasts, goals, policies that must be formulated looking at a minimum of a 20-year planning horizon. So these elements of the statute have been incorporated into the comprehensive plan, the draft plan that is before the council tonight. Public input and comment is required during the comprehensive planning process. As the planning board was developing this draft comprehensive plan, they did elicit public comment and input. And tonight's public hearing is another opportunity for the public to comment and provide input on the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plans are to serve as the foundation for municipal zoning. This is not the zoning ordinance here tonight, but it is an important input into the zoning regulations. It sets the objectives that the zoning then tries to implement. Plans are to be reviewed by the state to ensure that they are consistent with the provisions of the state statute, and state agencies are required to conform their programs and projects to municipal plans that have approved state comprehensive plans, plans that have been approved by the state. Efforts have been underway for this particular draft comprehensive plan since January of 2017. Over the period of time, the planning board worked to prepare an update to the plan to achieve the following objectives: develop new elements relative to the topics of natural hazards, climate change, and energy in accordance with new state guidelines, refine the goals, policies, and implementation actions identified in the 2014 plan in order to identify new priorities, refine existing language, and remove completed actions. Update data points used throughout the old plan with current information, and improve the usability of the document. This was a primary focus of the planning board and the planning staff over the last many months to make sure that the document was readable and easy for folks to sort of thumb through and find the information that is important. Components of a plan in the 2000.
Rob, can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
I do think that Jamie has joined us on his phone. I don't know if you want to hand it off to him.
Jamie, are you there?
Yeah, I am on the phone.
All right, you want to pick it up from here?
Yeah, Rob, if you just want to tell me which slide you're on, I can.
Components of a plan, 2014 comp plan.
Okay, just bear with me. We'll get right to that. You didn't do the comparison yet, did you?
I think that's what we're about to do, Jamie.
Okay. So just to, again, Jamie Rabbit, Director of Planning. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with me with the technical difficulties this evening. Thank you, Mr. Zarneski, for standing in for the moment. With regards to the components of the plan, the 2014 comprehensive plan, in essence, had a number of subject headings: introduction, land use, housing, economic development, natural cultural resources, services and facilities, open space, recreation, circulation, University of Rhode Island, and implementation schedule. The transition from the 2014 plan to the 2021 plan added 3 sections. So Rob, if you can go to the next slide.
We're there.
Should say introduction, and then in red, you have the introduction three new sections or elements: citizens, natural hazards and climate, as well as energy. Within each element, the plan is laid out to state a vision statement, the goals, the guiding principles, current practices and baseline information, needs and opportunities, policies and actions plan. There was also some reformation under natural resource and open space, cultural and historic resources, and just kind of putting those in slightly different categories. You can go to the next slide. You can see the 2014 versus the 2021 draft comprehensive plan side by side. And again, you can see where natural and cultural resources, open space and recreation change slightly in their definition on the right-hand side of this slide to natural resources and open space, cultural and historic resources, as well as recreation is now a standalone category. The new components to the plan were created as part of this 2021 update. I mentioned they were citizens, natural hazard, and energy. And Rob, we have a slide on each one of those sections. Are we there?
Yes.
So with regards to natural hazards and climate change, the important part of this element was to assess the vulnerability of South Kingstown to storm events and natural hazards, anticipating increased precipitation, sea level rise, and also the fact that storms are becoming more intense and more frequent, as well as other symptoms of climate change. It's also designed to work in conjunction with the town's hazardous mitigation plan. It is an attempt to establish high-level priorities for improving resiliencies and reducing the impact of events upon the people and resources of the town, and work with the Community Vulnerability Assessment Program. The two primary goals of this section are to have South Kingstown be resilient to the impacts of these natural hazards and climate change. And the second goal was to reduce carbon emissions as it relates to energy consumption, primarily associated with heating, cooling, and transportation. The next new component was energy. There was an attempt to evaluate South Kingstown's municipal energy use and opportunities to reduce the energy consumption and utilize more sustainable energy sources. The vision was for responsible, well-planned energy generation and use through renewable energy systems. There were three primary goals: well-planned and diverse economic viable renewable energy program. 2 was energy consumption within the municipal building envelope, as well as vehicles, equipment used by the town. And 3 was understanding with town staff and community members that energy efficient practices in renewable energy development will be increased. The third new section was citizens. And this was broken out from just an introductory element in the 2014 plan, which dealt with the social and economic aspects of the community, and the planning board thought this should be a standalone section. It allows the residents to get a better picture of the people who live within South Kingstown, gives more detail on the demographic data and how those are used to assess the needs of the community, develop policies, and take the necessary actions to make progress towards the goals. This chapter does not contain goals, policies, or action items because it really is setting the baseline for the community. The 2017 population for South Kingstown was estimated to be 30,712. The estimated population for 2020 is actually 32,946. So, an increase of almost 2,200 individuals. We should know within another 6 to 12 months once the projections for the 2020 census are available. The projections were also developed by the Rhode Island Division of Planning for 2040, which would have an increase of approximately 25%, which would bring your population of 38,000. 573, which is an increase of almost 8,000 residents over the 2017 estimate. We do know by this demographic information that the population is aging, that the employment rates are relatively stable, devoid of the discussion of COVID-19, and that the median income of the community is significantly higher than Rhode Island as a whole and slightly higher than the surrounding Washington County towns. Some of the primary changes within the comprehensive community plan are associated with the future land use map. There are some recommendations there with regards to industrial and mixed use areas within the future land use map, primarily the encouragement and dynamic use of manufacturing in a combination with recreation and office. These are already occurring in the district, and it's aligning the map to what's actually occurring within these districts. They're centralized around the commercial neighborhood district, which is a section of R20 zoning located south of Old Tower Hill Road, commercial highway, and is identified as an area where small-scale commercial uses could be allowed. There's an additional section of R20 along 138 in West Kingstown, is depicted on the future land use map as commercial neighborhood. The area contains a number of existing commercial businesses that operate as non-conforming uses. The change would allow for an expansion and flexibility of these businesses while providing the opportunity for arts-based industries to be introduced into the West Kingstown Village Plan. The last two associated changes of the future land use map are to develop a gateway special management district. This section is associated with the commercial neighborhood zone located at the intersections of 138 and Route 1 in the northeasterly section of town. There is also consideration being made for how to determine for allowable uses of land owned by the town as it transitions out of public realm due to obsolescence. In essence, this is a discussion about if school building programs continue in a certain manner or consolidation of town uses, what to do with those buildings. Those are in a general institutional zoning category right now, which include municipal uses, but those need to be evaluated again as those potentially move out of the government realm and into the private sector. Rob, if we can just go back to the changes, go back a couple slides of the keep the comparison of a 2014 versus the 2021 draft comp plan, that would be appreciated.
You're there.
That's a brief overview of the primary changes within the 2014 versus the 2014 plan. Just understanding that there are approximately 366 pages to the plan that don't include the appendices that are attached. So one thing, and I'm not sure if Rob was mentioning it while I was trying to log on, that there was an extensive public participation process. There were over 13 public meetings. There were 240 people subscribing to updates on our webpage. There were over 250 people involved in public meetings associated with the preparation of this plan, which has been ongoing since 2017. Rob, that would conclude the presentation that I have for the moment. I do have some supporting slides if questions come up.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions for Jamie from the council? Councilman McEntee.
Hi, Jamie. Nice presentation. I just got a few questions around the commercial zoning as it relates to the intersection of Route 138 and Route 1. Now, I know we have this Route 1 Stewardship Committee. My understanding is they have not been meeting, but they are charged with designing or putting together a plan as it relates to the scenic highway. Is that kind of incorporated into this this plan here?
Yes, absolutely, Rory. That the stewardship committee that has not met since mid-2020 will play a critical role in the development of any zoning regulations or zone changes associated with that Route 1, 138 corridor. We do have the overlay district, which takes into account 100 feet from Route 1 in those areas, but the stewardship committee should go beyond that and also develop recommended design standards associated with any changes.
Now, obviously, no plan can be created unless the committee actually meets. Do we know sort of what, I don't know, the issue is, or when they plan to meet, or when they plan to get any progress toward any plan?
Rory, you bring up a good point. They are on the planning board's agenda tomorrow, just for a brief discussion and update. And our intent is to initiate the meeting of that committee in May.
Got it. Thank you, Jamie.
No problem. That was a good question, Rory.
Councilwoman Burton.
Thank you, Abel. I did want to also echo and support Rory's questions about the Route 1 committee that hasn't met. I know I brought it up in the past and asked why they weren't meeting for a year, but I think I just need to state that it's critical that we get ahead of some of the projects on Route 1. I know that we already have some underway. You know, the Vineyards looks to be a very interesting and exciting project, but there are other things planned or possibly in the works. So I want to have a plan for the Route 1 Scenic Highway Committee going forward. I know you have a lot on your plate, Jamie, many projects. So I know it's another ask, but I just think it's important for our community that we get ahead of this and we are part of the process, driving the development rather than reacting to what's proposed. So I look forward to tomorrow night at the planning board. I guess it's just sort of a comment. My other question is about the proposed land use changes that you reference. I have 3 screens. So on the back over here, you talk about proposed changes to goals, policies and implementation actions regarding land use, that final bullet that you have. Where in the plan considerations about how to determine future use of land owned by the town? I guess I just need to continue to echo, I feel our identity as a community has been shaped by the generosity of many donors. And I want to know where in the comp plan it references that section that we are going to be transitioning some lands out of public use, out of the public realm due to obsolescence.
Sorry, Councilman Berger.
That's okay.
As you were speaking, my computer locked me in to the conversation.
You can't make it up sometimes. Go ahead. No
So
worries.
I could see everybody now. So I'm still on my phone, but I can see everyone now. No, I think you bring up a very important point, that the comprehensive community plan in its discussion and realm associated with future land use looks at evaluating, and with the understanding that some of the town's governmental holdings may become available to the private sector at some point in time, and they point out the need to plan for that. So it's not specific right now to take one of the schools that may be closed and make it general commercial. It really identifies the need to have the discussion. And from the discussion will come the recommendation on any zoning change or classification. I think what the comp plan right now does is identify that need for the discussion.
So where does it reference that? It's just on the web. I'm looking at the website. I followed a link, but I don't know where in the plan that it references that. And I guess I continue to be asked by the community, why would anyone donate land if you're going to then decide it doesn't serve the town's purpose and I'm going to sell it? And so I don't really have an answer for the community who would ask me that, but I'm just going back to the guiding document. Where does that Where did that come out of? Like, where is that in, this is the comprehensive plan in my lap. Where is that?
Right. I believe it's in the land use goals. I will, as conversation goes on, I will look for that specific reference.
Okay. Okay, and I'll look too. I don't want to take up anyone's time while we look.
Great. Any other questions or comments from council members? Councilwoman Kelson.
Just have a question on process. So the comp plan is our guide. It's a guide for the zoning board. I guess my question is, when we find something that's at odds, what is the path to rectify that? If the comp plan is at odds with zoning, I'm thinking of, some land, things that were granted use and now it has shown to be, not amenable to the neighborhood, that sort of thing. How do we go about rectifying that in this plan?
So the ultimate goal of the comprehensive community plan is to lay out the guidelines for consistency with your zoning ordinances. So I want to say it's a bi-directional, Councilwoman Kelso. So if the plan's adopted and makes some recommendation, it is the job of the planning board to propose revisions to the zoning code to make those regulations conform to the intent of the comprehensive community plan. The reverse is true also, that if you find that the zoning code is not consistent with something in the comprehensive community plan, that can be changed. If the zoning code isn't consistent with something in the comprehensive community plan, town council can also make an amendment to the comprehensive community plan to make that more consistent with the zoning code. So it's not just a one directional document, that you could have a situation where you find that there is some unique aspect of the zoning code that is no longer consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive community plan, and revisions can be made to the zoning code. But your zoning code may be perfectly appropriate and you may have missed something in the comprehensive community plan that you may need to amend.
Right, so I'm
Again,
talking about the unintended consequences, obviously, of, something that sounds perfectly reasonable, but then in practice is not. So
Right.
I'm just making
You always
sure we have those doors open to rectify those issues.
Yeah, so you do have the opportunity, again, it is a bi-directional document. What Rhode Island law says is, your zoning ordinance needs to be consistent with your comprehensive community plan. You can do that two ways: amend the zoning ordinance or amend your comprehensive community plan to develop that consistency.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Other questions for Jamie?
Councilman Collins, I do have an answer for Councilwoman Bergner. It should be on or about page 320. It's the first page of the implementation section. Which comes out of a ultimate land use from the land use section, where it talks about pursue a zoning map amendment for portions of 3 residential parcels adjacent to the Rose Hill landfill from government and institutional to medium density residential R40, as depicted on the future land use map, land use action 1-8.
Okay, so my pages are in the 30s for section 3. So that's not gonna help me. Say it again, you said future land use map
So
category.
if you go to the implementation section, on the very first page in years 1 and 2.
I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that page, those pages in the comprehensive plan I was given.
I will, I'm wary of opening another file while I have everybody on the line. But I will attempt to do that.
Yeah. I don't know if it's allowed. You could just send me a file in an email and I could look at it if that, because I don't want to mess up the Wi-Fi. It's just that I don't recall that being discussed as one of the changes and when we had, and I don't know how other people on the council feel, if they're comfortable with that change. It just to me, it's sort of, it can contain, it's all parcel. It might be not inconvenient for, I don't know, I guess inconvenience when someone's donating something. I don't know. I'd just like to know what the process is for that.
So just and not attempt to put your mind at ease, just understand that the planning board in and of itself cannot make any changes to their regulations or their zoning map without a public hearing at their board level, and then a recommendation to the council to make changes to their, in essence, it's your ordinance, it's your zoning ordinance and your zoning map. So it requires council action. So it would not be devoid of your input and actual action.
Okay. I'm gonna need a few minutes. I think if the public has questions, I'll probably come back with some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if there are no other questions from council members, then I will open it to the public. You ready for that?
Yes.
All right, very good. First, I'll call on folks in the order in which they raise their hands. First is Roberta Mulholland. If you are on your phone and listening, you can raise your hand by hitting *9.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I have a few comments and questions. The first question I have is this a series of public hearings on the comp plan before the town council? I see people shaking their heads no. Is this the only public hearing on the comp plan before the town council? Okay, so I guess first I want to say the ad went in the paper on the 26th. That's about, it was 2 weeks ago. Friday, I understand how it has to be advertised 3 times, but that's 2 weeks for people to read, go through, digest, and try to compare this comp plan, which is 441 pages long, to the existing comp plan. Once again, a major document that this town relies on that provides guidance to our zoning and planning is presented in a brand new format, lots of pictures, instead of a red line version, so that we can actually go to different sections and see what has been changed. So that's my first comment, and I don't think 2 weeks is long enough for the public to go through 441 pages of basically a brand new document. And I question this every time any town council does this. Why do you change the format so that the citizens cannot easily see the changes being made? That to me is one of the most important things. The job of the town and the town's employees is to provide the notice to the community, to the citizens in a meaningful way. And so that we can read it and know what's being changed. So that I've said that many, many times, so I'm going to move right on. As far as the natural hazards and climate change, and there's nothing really in there that I have not read all 441 pages, but maybe some examples would be nice. One of the major things I see all the time are the cars lined up at our elementary schools, at our middle schools, cars lined up, dropping off one child at a time, empty buses, cars lined up, idling, picking up kids and dropping off. It's something to consider. Why can't we fill our buses? Not your purview, but I think if you're going to be looking at climate change emissions, that really might be filled out a little bit more, because that's personal responsibility connected to the services the town is providing. I was concerned when I saw under land use, considerations have also been made for how to determine allowable future uses of land owned by the town as it transitions out of the public realm due to obsolescence. That seems to me to be very convenient and timely, not in a good way, and related to the attempt to abandon the South Kingstown High School on Columbia Street. This redo of the comp plan has been going on, as I said, for 4 years. I could ask, when was that put into this? If Mr. Rabbit could answer, when was that proposed land use? I guess that's a goal added.
Councilman Collins, do you want me to answer them one at a time or answer them in a group?
I guess, Roberto, did you have, I felt like I heard one question where you really wanted an answer. Were there multiple questions?
I don't have multiple questions. I have multiple comments, but that is a question I just want to know. I mean, I think everybody has to see that that's awfully convenient that we have a plan to abandon South Kingstown High School on Columbia Street, and now one of our goals, and in the document itself, is talking about what we're going to do when we get rid of town property. So I think it's a fair question to ask, when was that put into this document?
Sure, I think that's a valid question. I don't know if Jamie has an answer. I would just say that, you know, the town has been discussing abandoning one school or another for quite a while now, before, you know, this process of updating the comp plan began in earnest. So I don't think it's surprising that the disposition of town land would appear in the comp plan when it's been actively discussed for so long.
Wait, is it a new element of our comp plan?
So, Councilman Collins, to answer that, I have a draft of the comprehensive community plan from November of 2019, where it discusses the potential changes as governmental properties are potentially taken offline, and how they would be either reused in the government realm or in the private sector aspect, and how that would affect zoning those properties. So.
Thank you. That coincides with Superintendent Savastano's change to the facilities plan. I'm not going to get hung up on that completely. One of the things that I see, and I think this is where Councilwoman Bergner may want to look, is on page 196. And this does actually go to the high school on Columbia Street. Under needs and opportunities, the plan talks about South Kingstown as the owner of many historically important buildings, structures, and landscapes. lead by example when it comes to historic preservation. That's a quote. By maintaining our historic buildings to a high level of preservation, the town is setting an example. That's on page 196. And then it talks about setting some criteria, but then it specifically says the 8th criterion should be the 50-year limit used by the National Register of Historic Places. And if you're familiar with the National Register of Historic Places, it goes on to say it does not consider listing structures that are less than 50 years old. Structures that have been included in the inventory in many cases are representative of a specific architectural style or local regional building tradition. And as we are at this point in time where we're discussing abandoning, demolishing, doing the things that have been talked about doing with the Columbia Street High School, I don't think you can have a comp plan that talks about this and ignore that the Columbia Street High School is much more than 50 years old. It's structurally sound, and it is in fact historic. It does have historical and architectural. It's a gem. It was listed in the 1980 Rhode Island Historical Preservation Commission's report on South Kingstown historical buildings. So I would like to see council be consistent. You represent our town, and I like that this comp plan talks about the importance of our historical buildings. And I would hope that the council would consider that, if you approve of that, consider the vote you took, 4 out of 5 of you took, to abandon that building. Or a plan that would. You didn't specifically voted to destroy the building. Thank you very much. I'm not saying that you did that. Also, the comp plan speaks a lot about the tradition of high quality village development. I think that's really important. It is something that South Kingstown is known for. Many New England towns are known for. Again, that goes back to the high school. South Kingstown will fight sprawl and specifically take into consideration infrastructure, transportation, social networks. And also this talks about, I'm not going to talk about recreation because I don't know as much about that, but it talks about the importance of our natural resources and planning for the future and environmental awareness, environmental stewardship. I think those are all good things that should be in our plan. I do think that when you're talking about these things in the comp plan, that it should follow through in everything you do. I think the town council in adopting this needs to follow through if these are your goals and not discard important parts of this town, including environmental parts of this town. And my other question was, or my comment on Mr. McEntee's bringing up that Route 1 and 138. I'm reading this and I heard Mr. Rabbit say, "Oh yes, you know, we're gonna have the Scenic Highway Stewardship Committee do something," but this doesn't say that. This says a section of the commercial neighborhood zone located at the intersection 138 and 1 is identified as a new zoning designation called the Gateway. I would feel more comfortable if there was something in here that actually says the stewardship committee is going to have an active role in that, because we have in fact kept as you come in, we all think of it, you come past the tower, you're coming into South Kingstown. We've kept that really nice. It doesn't look like the other towns. It doesn't look like Westerly. It doesn't look like town. And I think that's important that we continue to involve that Route 1 Scenic Stewardship Committee. I'm not really sure that's their exact name, but I would like to see language added to address those concerns that you brought up, that this not be something that's left out. I mean, it's easy to say, yes, we're going to do that. And not do it, then it is to put it in writing and then not do it. So those are my thoughts. I do think, though, there should be another hearing. There's too much to go through. I barely got into the 441 pages, 2 weeks to look at it. We all work. And it doesn't matter how many other meetings you've ever had. Clearly, it's kind of been dragged out. It doesn't matter. You're the town council, and this is the meeting that matters. This is the one that gets in the paper. This is the one that people have a right to review, ask questions, and tell you what they think. So thanks very much.
All right, thank you, Roberta. Our next comment is from Susan Marcus. Need to find my phone so I can time people. Excuse me.
Okay, good evening. I want to echo some of the things I've heard both from the town council. I'm going to turn off my video if you don't mind. You don't need to see me. Okay, I want to echo some of the things that I've heard from the council and from Roberta. I've been reading this document since 2014, and I too feel that there have been substantive changes. I appreciate many of those. Some of them reflect comments that I made back in December 15th, 2019, when I sent you 8 pages worth of comments. This document is very difficult to read. It is very long. It's now been reworked substantially in terms of adding those sections, which I think are fine. Citizens, natural, whatever it was, natural resources and energy. I think those were things that were missing before, and I'm glad to see them in here. But I don't feel as though there has been public discussion of the insertion of those things. Also, the land use map changes and the future land use is all coming really out of left field. Some of these things, the gateway, the fact that the Scenic Roadway Board has not met, not through its own lack of interest, but because the town hasn't orchestrated that. I definitely agree with Councilman Bregner that that's not enough just to say, it sounds like it's going to happen. That has to be written in this document. We've already seen how this document does not really guide or direct our activities. It can always be dismissed. It was dismissed before because it was too high-handed. It will be dismissed again in the future because it's too vague. Whatever if this process is to work, the planning department really needs to be open and honest with the public as they make these changes. And I really feel this time that hasn't happened. So I would like to see many more changes made to this document before the town council agrees to approve it. I realize it's so old now, you probably want to move on, but I really feel these last minute changes have been very, very problematical. It's unclear how many people have really been involved in these last changes. Jamie hasn't told us that terribly clearly, I don't think. There are concerning issues about this, the small scale commercial neighborhood business. The whole question of the relationship between the comp plan and the zoning it's supposed to serve as a foundation, the comp plan is, for municipal zoning. And Jamie says it can be a two-way street, but the problem is we don't find out sometimes about these zoning problems until we have a presentation from a developer who wants to do something. And then it turns out you can't go back and rezone it because rezoning is a very complicated problem. And we've seen this in every comp plan I've participated in, that the zoning is out of line with the idealism of the comp plan, and the zoning board does not come back, or the planning department does not come back and do the zoning to make it consistent. And it should work that way. It should work from the comp plan to changes in the zoning board. It shouldn't really work the other way around. So I'm sorry, I'm not nearly as eloquent as Roberta and the three council members who have spoken, mostly because I am just sort of out of steam with rereading this. It would have been so nice to have a redlined version so I could see what the difference was between the last time I went through this carefully and this time. Frankly, it's insulting to think that you think that I'm going to be able, I'm one of the people who does read this document, and I just can't sit down and read another 400-page document as though without the courtesy of knowing where it was changed and having some sense of why it was changed. So I guess maybe I'm just too upset with the whole process to say any more than that tonight. And I have an early meeting in the morning, so maybe I'll leave it at that. But I do hope the council will decide not to approve this document tonight. And I do hope the planning board will figure out some way, the planning department. Oh, that was another thing. There's no reason for the scenic highway board to be going in front of the planning department to set their agenda. They don't have anything to do with each other. So I just think there are a lot of things here. Maybe part of the problem is that we've had so many changes in the planning department from when this was originally written and from when the original meetings were. And now we have pretty much a new slate of people, and maybe there just hasn't been enough passing on. But it's I have to say, as a citizen, it's very distressing to see this happening in this fashion tonight. So thank you for listening to my ramble. And please don't approve this document tonight. Good night.
Good night, Susan. Next, we have Jocelyn.
Okay, good evening. It's Jocelyn. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. We can hear you.
Glad to see everybody's healthy and well in these incredible times. So there's probably not too many people who want this comp plan passed as much as I do right now. I have been working with a large number of people in Matunic who are going to be profoundly affected because there wasn't a comp plan passed, and now they're going to be staring at some very out of place condominiums. And I can't believe these words are going to come out of my mouth, but I'm going to ask you to hold it too. I ran a doc comparison from the old comp plan to not the newest one, but the one that's posted on the homepage. And there are 1,149 changes. 1,149 changes from the old document to the document that's posted. And I suspect there are more changes from the original document 3 years ago till the newest document from the planning board. And Jamie, this is absolutely no responsibility of yours. This is just a package you got handed, unfortunately, when you got here. So you're excused for this minute. But these are changes. Some of them are much needed. Yes, I've looked, I managed to weed through probably 300 of them. Some of them are much needed, absolutely. And some are, I am firmly in the standpoint that some are antithetical to the community's position in terms of development. And certainly the gateway language is one where I think that the community may differ from the perspective of the authors. And at this point, it's almost impossible to tell who the authors are because the community visioning sessions were years ago. And then multiple changes have taken place since those community visioning sessions, and a lot of damage has occurred to what some of us believe the vision is for the town of South Kingstown. And I think that you have to do what you think is right. Certainly, we need a comprehensive plan so that people can appeal decisions at the State Housing Board and have legs to stand on to defend the vision of the town of South Kingstown and the sense of place and the community's vision. I guess I'm a little frustrated. We have a pretty intense bond coming up and a lot of community dialogue about our school system. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Nobody can get into town council chambers to have themselves heard in a public meeting. There are over 1,100 changes made in the comp plan. And I didn't even compare the newest one to the old one. I compared the one that was on the website to the old one. Who can go through? I can. I work full-time and I'm medical reserve and activated. I don't know who can go through these documents line by line. People who were involved, and I consider myself to be one of them, go through it line by line and comment in a reasonable, organized fashion. So I can't believe these words are coming out of my mouth, but I think you need to hold it, and I think you need to have a visioning session. I think you need to invite the community to focus just on the comprehensive plan. If you don't know how to run 2 documents through Acrobat, I can certainly show you so that you can share with the community the changes that were made because they're extensive. Granted, some are thes and a's and commas and parentheses, I get that. But the vast majority are substantive changes to our comprehensive plan that the town has no idea you're making. And so I would suggest that you make that change. And if you don't make that change, then the fallout will be yours to deal with. So I thank you for your time. Good night.
Good night, Chelsea. Thank you. Next up, we have Doral Beasley.
Okay. For the past couple of years, I believe I've tried to get you guys to understand that when our town planner says that the town of South Kingstown has 30,000 people, that is not correct. The town of South Kingstown today has between 24 and 25,000 people, and the remainder are students who live on campus at URI, either in dorms, in fraternities and sororities, or in graduate housing. Now, when the 2020 census finally comes out, I've mentioned before that I believe that for the first time in over a century, we will find that this town has lost population. That the entire increase since the year 2000 in this town has to do entirely with the expansion of the URI campus and the addition and renovation of their dormitories in this past year or two, to two brand new apartment buildings coming online. And there are more of that type of construction, I believe, on their future drawing boards. The fact that a college or university is within a town or city or town's borders skews the demographic numbers and also the economic numbers when you're trying to figure out mean household incomes. I believe we're a wealthier town than some people realize. We're easily in the top 10 wealthiest towns in Rhode Island. That I'm sure. The comp plan, I haven't read it. I'll admit that right now, but I'm hoping in there somewhere that the discussion has taken place over the last year or so about downzoning this town, about going back and reversing what we did in the 1970s when we upzoned the town of South Kingstown, because that is the number one, I believe that's the number one reason why our school enrollment population has decreased by 39% this year, but by the start of school in the fall, it'll be almost 40%. And if NESDEC's numbers are correct, and there's nothing that I've seen produced by McKibben over the last 4 years that makes me think they're not, by the end of this decade, the town of South Kingston will have lost 50% of their enrollment in our schools. That is a catastrophic, in my mind, having lived here for 65 years, that is a catastrophic number, catastrophic. It also, you're going to find out, I believe, when the 2020 census is released, that the fastest growing segment of our population is at 65 and over, and we might even be 1/3 of the town's population at least, I know we're going to be at a quarter, possibly up to a third of the town's population when those numbers come out. I'm the tax assessor I've been the tax assessor for the Kingston Fire District for the last 15 years. So I have seen, I get to see the reports for the town, for the Union Fire District, and for our fire district. In our fire district, we have 2/3 of one page. One of the codes, one of the codes that lists properties is single family or vacant properties. In our fire district in Kingston, we have 19 pieces of property left with that code. That's less than one page. The union has, I believe, the last time they sent me the report, 19, maybe 19 and a half pages. There's about 30 some listings on a page. So that means between the two fire districts, which encompasses most of the town, there's less than 650 vacant lots left. We've seen, you know, for a fact that 1/3 of, I think the last thing you took was 1/3 of our town is now protected land. I think that's the percentage. We can't continue to do that because it makes whatever's left, every time another piece of property is taken out of, buildable piece of property is taken off of the books, it raises the price of everything else. And it makes it so that developers are not, are less likely to purchase property to build homes of the variety that our town desperately needs, and that is workers' housing, small houses, 1,000 to maybe 2,000 square feet, tiny homes, maybe some places. I'm hoping that this comprehensive plan, if it doesn't include some of those things, that the discussion will take place to add them before you finalize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Right. Are there others who would like to make a comment on this proposed comp plan revision? If you are on your phone and you would like to make a comment, you have to hit *9 to raise your hand. Roberta, your hand is up again. Roberta, you need to unmute
I'm
yourself.
sorry. Okay, I'm here. I forgot one thing, and I think it's one of the reasons that I think the town needs more time to look at this comp plan. And for the town council to give the citizens that time. I started reading it and was immediately unimpressed with this sentence on the introduction from Abel Collins and Steve DeMasi. And the statement is, the plan promotes a vision for orderly growth patterns that are appropriately scaled based upon the natural, cultural, and historic character of the town, and includes the promotion of value-added services and amenities that will meet the emerging needs of the 21st century and solidify our reputation as a sustainable, sought-after Model T. I don't think that's right. That's in the very first, that's actually, I'm sorry, page 2. These are the kinds of mistakes that should never be made when you put something out to that's the first thing that the public reads. You know, 4 of you passed on the application for stage 2 of the facilities plan to ride with the second page of the executive summary identifying our town as Scituate. It was an entire paragraph of Scituate. Numbers were included of Scituate. These mistakes reflect badly on our town, and it reflects badly on you. It's easy to miss those things, but hopefully you all saw that, and we're going to make that correction. But again, how many mistakes are there in there? I don't know. It doesn't give me confidence to see that kind of a mistake. I don't think we want to be sending something out that says we hope to be, you know, the Model T that everybody's looking for. So that was my only comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Roberta. Right, if there are no other public comments, any comments from council members? Councilwoman Bergner.
Yeah, I would like to echo the comments that we've heard from community members about getting a little more time to look at this, perhaps, I mean, I only have the version that I was provided, so I can't compare, like Susan Marcus had said, to another version because I don't even have that. I think I think it is critical that we have an approved comprehensive plan. I'm hearing the community speak loudly and clearly that they're invested in something that they believe in the changes that are made. I think there are some questionable changes that they want to have more input on. And I would recommend, I wouldn't close the public hearing, and I would extend this to another opportunity for residents to weigh in.
Councilwoman Rose.
Thank you, Abel. So one of the first things that I found to be pressing as a new town council member was getting a comprehensive plan passed and on the books. I still feel that that is critical. I also know that I have not had the opportunity to go through 400 plus pages. I don't think that community members have either. While I realize that this is pressing, we need to get this done. I think that we need to be thoughtful. We need to be inclusive of all community members, and we need to make sure that we are doing this right. This is something that's going to last 10 years. So, to get it done one night is just not something that I'm comfortable with. I think we need to continue the public hearing on this. We need to do our due diligence, and we need to let the public do their due diligence as well.
Thank you. Other comments from council members? Councilwoman Kelso.
So I have no problem at all holding this public hearing open and giving it another 2 weeks or a month or whatever we feel comfortable with, so the community has a chance to read the 400 and some odd pages. We've come this far. Another couple of weeks is not going to, I think, be detrimental at this point. So I would be absolutely amenable to holding it open.
Councilman McAfee.
I can share with the majority here that we should keep it open. I'd prefer to keep it open till May 10, if possible, Mike, because we're dealing with the final budget adoption on April 26th, the next meeting.
As long as you choose a date certain, you're fine.
Great.
So someone would need to make a motion to that effect.
I just want to point out that one of the comments that we heard is that people aren't just interested in having a chance to read it. If that were just the case, waiting 3 weeks to have 20 people read the report and make their comments, probably not going to be the most fruitful, way to go about the process. I heard people talk about a community visioning session, actually going out and soliciting input. Which would seem to me to be a way to gather more meaningful input. Is there a way that in the intervening time, the planning department could organize such a thing, an informational session on, what the changes are to the comp plan, the rationale behind them? Because I think that outside of that, just a reading period doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You are muted, Jamie.
*6 on the phone.
Jamie, now that your video works, I wonder if the audio on your computer might work. I don't know. You're still muted, just in case.
Representative, please hang up and dial. Is that better now?
Yep. Gotcha.
We have to love technology, right? I can, Councilman Collins, I can have that discussion with the planning board tomorrow at their work session. I know they had multiple hearings and had years of public input and comment. Again, the primary format that you see the comprehensive community plan in has been in existence since November 2016. When I came on board in September of 2020, we were doing some editorial wordsmithing aspects, formatting of tables, columns, figures, maps, making sure the policies were numbered appropriately. So again, I can definitely have that discussion with the planning board as soon as tomorrow. Just a couple of comments, if I may, from the citizens' comments. There is a specific discussion specifically associated with URI's effect on the population. Again, I was giving a broad brushed overview of population and items contained within the plan. There is a substantial discussion within the citizen section regarding URI and the population changes on campus as well as off campus. There was a discussion about the gateway and changes potentially there on the Route 138 corridor. Those have been in the plan since 2019 in those draft plans. So they've been around for a while. I will work at your direction and follow your lead with regards to where the town council wants to go with regards to either a visioning segment.
So to jump in there, because I think that,
or at your discretion.
so to jump in there, if the town
One other
council
item
would like,
too, the document was not prepared as a Word document. It was used with a graphic format called InDesign. It is extremely difficult in the InDesign format to track changes, unlike it is in the Word document. We could do a PDF compare, but that would pick up every comma, every period, every sentence change, structure, pagination. So it would make it somewhat complicated. With regards to the introductory letter, it is supposed to be a model community, and that was a change when we are moving from InDesign to PDF. It occasionally drops a word or part of a word and interprets it, and we will correct that as soon as tomorrow. So I apologize for that change in the introductory statement. It is not a Model T, it is South Kingstown becoming a model community.
Thank you, Jamie.
Reference.
just to jump in on the question of whether or not we could do some sort of, and I
Rob,
apologize.
you're muted, I can't hear you.
I can hear you, Rob.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just to jump in, if the council wants us to have a Zoom visioning or discussion session where we answer questions, with planning staff answer questions about the changes to the comprehensive plan, we can do that without any difficulty. It would be a matter of scheduling an opportunity for the public to come to a meeting, ask questions and have those questions answered. It would not be a formal hearing. You could continue this hearing, but we could have a question and answer session where anyone who has questions could pose those to staff.
Great. I think that would be helpful. Councilwoman Bergner?
Thank you. So I had a thought maybe this would be helpful to you, Jamie, and your staff, is just to do a screen record of the PowerPoint presentation that you had. Maybe that would be 15 or 20 minutes, and that the community could watch it. Then they could provide questions to you. Then you could do follow-ups, and so that people could then, you wouldn't be committed to say 7 o'clock on a Tuesday, but anybody could watch it at any time. If you could do it, during your work time and then have it available on our YouTube channel. I'm just trying, one, to have it. I think the teaching and the education needs to happen. And I think people come in at different points into the comprehensive plan, or they zero in on one area. But I think if we had the broad brush like you did tonight, and that was available to the community, and then we could have people provide questions, and then you could either like read the question and give a 2-minute answer. And that way, because I think it would be better in some ways to use some of the formats we have, and besides just getting the word out of that we're going to have a continued hearing. I think any way that we can reach people would be good, but I think definitely using the YouTube channel, that way your presentation you could see how many people are watching it and things like that as well.
Again, at discretion, I have no issues with posting that on our webpage. With the only caveat to that is I've done 2 presentations, and the original one to the town council may be more concise versus the dual presentation. And thank you, Mr. Zarneski, tonight of both Rob and I presenting tonight due to the technical difficulties. So the council would be comfortable with picking one of those 2 presentations, the one that's most poignant and concise and direct.
I think we can leave it to you and Rob to design that community meeting. You don't need to micromanage that function. I would say, I do want to apologize, Jamie, because you got a lot of, must be feeling a little bit of whiplash. People coming down pretty hard on you a couple months ago for not having this comp plan ready then, and to have it ready now and be forced to wait now. So I think I appreciate that you got it to this point and that you came to present tonight. As you heard, there's still some questions left in the community. I think that's not your fault at all. It's really because you inherited a process that's grown a little stale over the years, and people just need to be refreshed on what's in the comp plan and to feel comfortable with it. So Councilman McEntee?
Are we open to moving from May 10th to May 24th or 25th, just to give a little more time? 6 weeks seems like an adequate time to organize the community engagement as opposed to 4 weeks. Just a thought.
I think whatever we think is good, and I think May 24th would be something we can do too.
So I will make that motion to keep this public hearing open until, I think it's May 25th. I think the 24th, is that Memorial Day? If I'm looking at a calendar, would we be meeting on the Tuesday? And direct the staff to organize a question and answer Zoom format for the general public.
Rory McEntee, I'll second that.
This is Mike Urso. Before you vote, we have to get this right in terms of the date, or else we'd have to go through a lot of May 31 is Memorial Day.
Okay, then I will.
It would be May 24th would be the date.
Okay, then I will make that motion with May 24th as the date.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Kelso, second from Councilman McEntee. Discussion, Deb or Councilwoman Bergner.
So I'm just going to echo that. I do think it's really important, even if you're going to do the same PowerPoint again at a Zoom session, that you record one and have it available ahead of time. I think it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to digest. You want to go back to the document. I would provide that to the community so that everybody starts just 10 yards farther down the football field.
Absolutely.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. Is there anyone opposed to that motion? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Let's see here. That brings us to item 8, communications. 8A is a letter dated April 5th, 2021.
President, can I suggest something? Can we move the interview process ahead of communications? Can we move the agenda item up?
Yeah, so we can just do that right now, I suppose. There's no actual, Mike, do we need to add an agenda item, interviews
Nope.
or?
Nope, you can take that right now. As council president, you can just do it. If no one objects.
Any
Can I
objections?
just report that I have received emails from Tim LaRose, Doral Beasley, and Tom Routliff asking to be interviewed at another date, to let them know when they would be interviewed at a different date. So I don't expect that they are anticipating being interviewed tonight, and perhaps are not even still in the audience. Bob Hicks is still here. Bob Littlefield is still here. He has already been interviewed this evening. Doral Beasley is still here. And I think that is it for people who were waiting to be interviewed.
All right.
Maybe
well, I
Bob
see-
Hicks and Doral Beasley would still be in the audience.
And it looks like maybe Greg Sweet is around. I don't know.
Greg
All right.
Sweet is not able to make it this evening, and Steve Torbett has withdrawn.
Okay. So let's, that makes it considerably less time consuming. Let's bring in Bob Hicks right now. All right, Bob, there you are. Welcome. Sorry.
you.
for the wait.
Thank you.
So you were here earlier for our previous interviews. If you have, a couple minutes of prepared remarks to talk about why you want to serve on the school building committee, go for it.
Sure. Well, I'm interested in the town. I've been working to become more involved in the town. A lot of my family is here. My grandchildren go to school in South Kingstown. I have worked for the schools for a while in the past, and then a little bit again more recently. I believe I bring a fair amount of experience to the project. I've been involved in building committees and sizable projects, both as a school superintendent and as a community member. I was very involved both from concept to opening in the building of Exeter's first library. It was for a long time the last town in the state that didn't have a public library, and was involved in getting that done. I think I have educational experience as well, and one of the perspectives I bring is around management of building projects as a committee and as a group, and interfacing with the community. I very much resonated with what Mr. Saccone said about, just not so much thinking about value engineering, but thinking about a lot of what a building committee does is it manages expectations, and it has to keep that initial bid and that start lean, because you don't want to be bringing, it's a lot easier to add stuff into a project than it is to take stuff out of a project after it's been bid and designed. So I think that would be a very important component and a perspective I would bring. I've also worked in how committees work, how committees interface with the public, managing difficult situations. I mean, I'm the evil monster who closed South Road School and reconfigured the middle schools and redistricted the schools, and involved in very in-depth public processes to bring that along. So I have a tendency to ramble, so I put down my experience. I'll stop talking.
Thanks, Bob. Questions for Bob? Councilwoman Kelsey.
Mr. Hicks, just if you can, speak to what you find most attractive about the visioning of this project. The 21st century learning piece comes to mind, and I'm sure you can speak to that.
Yeah, I do think Brian touched on that in terms of student engagement and bringing one and one of the things that we've dealt with in South Kingstown are some inequitable outcomes and achievement gaps in our schools. And I think redesigning learning spaces is a big component part of working to close those gaps and raise up the achievement of every single student in the school. And I think that to me is something that resonates. It's been a focus of the schools recently. I think the current superintendent's talking about it, and then thinking about how you can really build a more positive and supportive and all-encompassing culture in the schools, and re-envisioning the learning spaces is a very key part of that cultural shift.
Thank you.
I think just throwing one other thing in, if I can, as we come out of the pandemic, it's been kind of traumatic for a lot of kids, and how we shift that culture and bringing kids fully back coming out of the pandemic is going to be a key thing, and how we re-envision our spaces can be a part of the cultural shift that will help us more effectively get kids back to and then lift them up.
Councilwoman Berger.
Thank you, Abel. Hi. So I have a couple questions. One, I think I really appreciate your commitment and conversation about equity. So do you think that we will create some inequities when we close the in-town high school and we eliminate that factor for underrepresented students or underserved students in Peacedale that will no longer be able to walk to the high school? We're going to create a high school in another part of town. Do you feel like we're going to lose some equity there?
I look at it as something that will increase equity. I have heard from a lot of parents, not a lot, but I have heard from several parents who live closer to Curtis Corner that they will find it, and families who think that they will find it a lot easier to engage. I think I noticed this began in a conversation with your housing committee. I think your housing committee, or that wasn't the right name for it, was it? But I think they can help you. But I have heard from families that they see this as a positive move, that it will be closer to them, that it's close. I mean, obviously it's not closer to everybody, but it's more equitably closer, if that makes sense.
Well, I would challenge that there are more underserved students a little bit. There is a population there that if the high school was located there would serve that small 35 units. But I would argue that in Peacedale, we have a much, we would lose our unique in-town high school. So I didn't know, for me, that is an equity issue when students can walk to a job, or there is no stigma that you don't own a car, that walkability is there. So I would just ask that. And my other question is really, having lived here a long time, knowing that the building of Broad Rock necessitated multiple changes, close to school, redistricting, like you say. It has driven every decision ever since. So I'm very hesitant that we're going to build onto the Taj Mahal in our district and have to do it again. So I'm just sort of, since you have a big, broad picture of things, didn't know if you had, how do you think about that? I mean, Broad Rock is really, the building of it has really changed SK. And so I'm hesitant to do Broad Rock 2.0.
I think there's a lot of components to that question. I mean, Broad Rock was ideal for the year it was built. And then
only that year.
right. And then I was there. I mean, it was my job to deal with the shifting demographics at that time.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not sure if I understand exactly what you're asking, but
I guess the fear is, like, I know you like the facility plan. I read your letter.
Yep.
I think what concerns me is that doing any of these things, we're gonna instantly pivot to closing another school. And you know, we heard it last week in another meeting. And so I because you have some experience and you can see the big picture, I ask you that of you. Obviously, the engineer, I'm asking about value engineering and construction. But you're that's your talent, that's your skill set. So I guess I'm worried that we're replicating the same. We're really redoing what we did 20 years ago. We're building on in a way that's going to necessitate a closure of an elementary school.
Well, I've heard the opposite criticism of the moving the high school to Curtis Corner, that it won't leave us with enough space. The criticism of Broad Rock was that it added too much space to too much square footage to the community, and actually the shifting of the high school to Curtis Corner is one that would have fewer square feet. So it doesn't seem to me logical that it would replicate the problem that building Broad Rock did of creating too much space, but it downsizes space in that way. So I
guess I'm worried that
I don't see that as the same problem as Broad Rock.
I guess I'm worried that the enrollment numbers in 5th grade, there's a desire for the community to move it back to the elementary schools, but I think they probably could fit by the end of, in 3 years, 5 through 8 could actually fit there, and that would necessitate a close. So I think that those numbers are pretty close.
So in effect, what you're arguing is that if we do this plan, when 5th grade wouldn't have to go into the
right, and we'll be tumbling down that road that we tumbled down in 2000, 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I mean, I took a look at one of the questions I was asking myself when I was looking at this is, can we do the high school shift without putting the addition on Broad Rock? And I tried to create a model to see, would that work? Is that possible? Immediately it would not work. It would put kids all over the place, even looking down into the lower grades. So I think, and as far as closing a school, I think for me, the key thing in our elementary schools is to get them more efficiently organized, because I don't think K-5 schools will work. This has probably nothing to do with the building committee, I'm sorry. But I don't think K-5 schools will continue to work no matter what plan we have. I think our elementary population is too small for that. But no, I don't know what the future will bring. If the population continues to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, there will need to be more changes. If the population grows and grows and grows and grows and grows, there will need to be changes in another direction. But I do think that this plan is right suited for where we are now.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Bob. You have given us considerably more time than the other candidates. We appreciate
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but
I don't know. I'll let you determine that. I would say that is there one final question maybe for Bob, or should we let him get on with his evening? All right. Definitely appreciate you throwing your hat in the ring. Obviously, you have a wealth of experience here in SK schools, and we appreciate your commitment.
And I think you've got a lot of strong applicants. So I think you're going to be in a good position, whichever way you go, especially if you can bring in more diverse applicants. I think that would be a super thing, and I applaud you for doing that.
Thanks, Bob. Susan, remind me, was there somebody else who wanted to go tonight who is still here?
Doral Beasley is still here.
But did he send you an email saying he was, okay.
I thought he did, but it was actually Doug Bates who had sent it. The DB initials threw me off
Gotcha.
looking quickly.
All right, so let's bring in Doral Beasley. All right.
Right. Good evening again, everyone. Thanks for providing me with this opportunity to present my case. South Kingstown's been my home for 65 years. And the main reason I decided to run for the town council last November was with the hope that I'd have an opportunity to find my way onto the school building committee. I believe I have attended in person and or listened on Zoom to more building committee meetings than anyone who is not an actual member of the committee since it was formed 3.5 years ago. And I'm not bragging. I hope it may sound like bragging, but I don't think I'm bragging when I say that I put more time and effort into providing the town council, the school committee, and the school building committee with information and data analysis for the past 3.5 years than anyone. And that may include your own people in town hall. In 2025, which is just 4 years away, the average age of the 7 schools in use today will be 60 years old. And that will include Broad Rock, which at that point will only be 24 years old. And it will also include Peacedale, which is built in 1924, which would then make it 101 years old. So, and interestingly, in 2025, if we did nothing else to our schools between now and then, Peacedale is actually our best school structurally today, and it will probably still be in 2025, our oldest building. One of the biggest drawbacks to the plan that was sent to Providence, sent to RIDE, and that the taxpayers will begin voting on in 2 days, is the idea that $85 million is a ceiling, and enlarging, adding on to Broad Rock. Interestingly, what Dr. Hicks said, both our prior superintendent, Dr. Stringfellow, and Ms. Savastano have said at more than once in meetings that when they were doing the visioning sessions and talking to parents, there were as many probably parents who wouldn't have had a problem with bringing 6th grade back to the elementary schools along with 5th grade. And I say that again tonight because of what Dr. Hicks said when he said he was trying to figure out a way to not have to put the additions on the Broad Rock. How would that work? Well, I believe it would work, and it could work if we took the students that are in that school today, Broad Rock, and sent them over to Peacedale. Peacedale has a full-size two-story building. First of all, has many rooms. It has a full-size gymnasium. Those are the qualities. Those qualities in and of themselves makes that building an ideal candidate. And yes, it would make it so that we would still have 3 transitions. We'd have PK through 4 in our 3 elementary schools. You'd have Peacedale at 5 and 6, Broad Rock 7 and 8, and then the high school. But interestingly, that's also the same setup that Barrington has. they seem to be doing pretty good with it. Plus, if you do that, and I've looked at the data, the McKibben and the NESDEC data and the enrollment data projection for the rest of this decade, what it does is when the high school is ready, it shifts the students in such a way as to almost fill all of our schools in the year 2024-25. So we start with our school district with schools full of students. That should be our goal, no matter what the plan is. And the plan that is up at RIDE right now doesn't come close to doing that. You sent a plan to RIDE that by the year 26 or 27 in this decade, we will have schools back at the 65% level. So why would we spend all this money fixing schools up when the population in those schools continues to drop? Okay, the last thing I'm going to say about the application that went up there is this. RGB didn't do you a favor because their cost estimators, when they were calculating the allowances per square foot for the new construction at Curtis Corner and for all the renovations at Curtis Corner, Broad Rock, and the renovations at the other schools, lowballed the number. Those numbers, those per square foot numbers do not come, they're not way off from what RIDE, the new numbers that RIDE put out in January of 2020, but they're not sufficient. So that means that you're either going to have to make trade-offs about maybe you're not going to get everything you want, or you're going to get materials that are inferior in quality. So and I know Ms. Kelso, when she brought up the idea of waiting until the 10th of May, I totally agree with that, Ms. Kelso. That may be one of the best things that's come out of this meeting tonight. The fact that what we're going through tonight, the interviews and stuff, and trying to pick up a new group of people to take on this job when you don't know what the job is yet, didn't really make sense. Let me finish up by saying that the lack of women and minority candidates for the applicants for this opening, I understand that you would like a more diverse group, but the same logic could be said about our 7-woman school committee. I don't have a problem with that. So why would anybody have a problem with having men on this committee? Let's see. And finally, I think it was, I can't remember the gentleman's name. He said his mother was the school nurse at one time, or for the district nurse. My mother was actually the first school nurse to have an office in the high school on Columbia Street, started in 1955. And my final comment is this, and it has to do with what Mr. Nelson said. He said, I think I've got this quote written down properly because I kind of took me aback. He said, student engagement comes, the upgrades to the high school is going to increase student engagement. In my mind, my wife was a school teacher, a public school teacher, 40 years. Student engagement comes from inspiring educators, not buildings, not the buildings they work in. The two, in my lifetime, I had two people that were the most influential on my life in school. First was my chemistry teacher when I was a junior in high school. And the second one was my initial Russian language college professor. I can't remember to this day what the building looked like or what the room I was in, but I'll always remember how they made me want to learn more about those subjects. So that's my take on that one. Anyway, I'm ready for your questions if you have any.
Thanks, Gerald. Questions from the council? All right, I'm not seeing anybody.
Uh-oh, that's not a good sign.
Well,
it's like, okay, if you guys have already drawn your line through my name, I can know it. I can't see your hands, but okay, no, I really appreciate the time tonight. You know, there are times when I've called up and we haven't always agreed for sure. But if I was to make it on the building committee without having to be a town council member, I'm kind of looking at it as winning the daily double, actually.
That is definitely winning the daily double if it happens.
Thank you.
Actually, it looks like we have some hands raised now.
Uh-oh, okay.
Councilwoman Rowe.
Gerald, I just want to say that I appreciate your conviction and your commitment to all of this. It's very clear that you are passionate and that you spend a lot of time of your own time, looking into these things, and it doesn't go unnoticed. And it's appreciated. You're appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome. Actually, I haven't charged you guys a penny. It's all been for free.
Well, look at that. We're winning here, right? Thank you.
And Councilwoman Bergner.
Hi, Dorald, it's Deb. I really wanted to say that I do appreciate that you have, attended all the meetings. You push for a better product. You push for a better process. You push for all the right reasons, because your agenda is to do right by the community. I mean, you did bring paint once and said you were going to paint things, or whatever. But I do appreciate that you're pushing for a good project. And I do think that people misunderstand when people have criticisms that they're not a naysayer, but they're trying to get a better result. And I think far too often the committee becomes very insulated and one note. And so then people, without a diversity of opinion and diversity of questioning things and challenging ideas, you kind of, you get a stale product. So I appreciate, Lincoln's team of rivals. I appreciate you being willing to put yourself into a place where people might not always agree with you and putting yourself there. And I think if I were to appoint people to the school building committee, I would hope my colleagues wouldn't want everyone who all agreed that they liked the same thing, because that's what that ends up to be a poorer outcome, I believe. So I really appreciate you, Dorald, always pushing us and providing us with better options. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I just want to say one more thing on what I found myself after for the first 6 months before the building committee the school building committee was established, and maybe for a period of time after that, what I found was very few, if anybody, was asking the tough questions that needed to be brought to RGB, to Mr. Kendricks from Legacy, and then later on, other people that was presenting things to you guys. And I felt that I took it on as my duty as to be the representative of the children of this town at those meetings, even though I wasn't part of the committee, but I would go there and they were my constituents, those children, the children of this town and the taxpayers that are going to ultimately pay for this project. That's what drove me to continue till to today.
Thank you, Dor. All right.
Are we good?
I think we're good.
All right.
As
I'm
you know-
muting and going to watch some basketball.
Enjoy. All right. So I think that's a wrap on the interviews for tonight. We'll return to the agenda as originally scheduled. Item 8, communications. 8A is a letter dated April 5th, 2021 from Laura Lee Costello, Executive Director of the South Kingstown Housing Authority, providing info and regarding their current and future plans and requesting consideration of a waiver of their pilot agreement. Maybe we should take this at the same time as we take 8B as well, which is a letter from Kate Brewster, Chief Executive Officer of the Johnny Cake Center, making a very similar request of a waiver of their pilot agreements for properties that they've recently purchased from the Welcome House. We heard about both of these issues in the work session. Obviously, there's fiscal impact with both of these items, so it might be good to get some detail on that before we take them up and consider them. Rob, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just ask that the council respectfully ask that you refer these to staff so that we can prepare a memorandum explaining the fiscal impact before your vote on the budget next meeting on the 26th.
Do I hear a motion on 8A and B?
Can I make that motion? I just need the,
You can just say so moved.
so moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Rose, second from Councilman McEntee. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to 8E, a resolution adopted March 1st, 2021 by the Barrington Town Council in support of legislation pending in the General Assembly regarding preventing discrimination against tenants for lawful sources of income. That has been received. What do we want to do with it? Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to accept item 8E and place that on file.
Deb Bergner, I'll second that motion.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Rose, second from Councilwoman Bergner. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to 8L. Letter dated March 30th, 2021 from Josh Daly, Chair of the Affordable Housing Collaborative Committee, providing their recommendations for amendments to the town's affordable housing ordinance and proposing a new ordinance providing property tax relief for accessory dwelling units. And with this one, obviously this has been something we've talked about at some length during work sessions with the Affordable Housing Collaborative. And we've been talking about it longer than that for sure. It might be in order to make a notice for a public hearing. And I think then the question would be what date, what meeting we'd want to hold that public hearing.
I'll make a motion that we issue a notice for a public hearing to take place on May 10th.
Jess Rose, I'll second that.
Motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilman Rose. A discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 8M is a letter dated March 30th, 2021 from Joseph Pratt, Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club of Newport County, expressing interest in entering into negotiations to purchase the South Road School. That's been received. What would we like to do with that one?
Deb Kelso, I'll make a motion that we direct staff to enter into negotiations with the Boys and Girls Club and bring back a proposal to us.
Jess Rose, I'll second that.
Motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? I presume that a lot of these discussions will hinge on, how the bond referendum goes and, what the plans will be for the Curtis Corner site. Councilwoman Bergner, you had something to add?
You're right where I'm going. I just was wondering, why would we be talking about this ahead of a bond vote? And when staff time's sort of in a tight commodity, why could we not, what's the point of putting this on people's plates when we have many other things we want people to be doing?
Councilwoman Kelso?
I didn't mention a time frame, just to put it on their radar. We've been talking about this for a very long time, negotiating with the Boys and Girls Club, and I'd like to see it move forward. I didn't say next week. I didn't even say next month. So if it's midsummer, then that's what it is. But I do think it needs to be negotiated.
Yeah. Okay. Other discussion? I tend to agree with Councilwoman Kelso. We need to just keep the conversation going. It doesn't have to be one of those things that's on the front burner, but we can't just ignore their letter at the same time. All right. Do you want to say any more, Councilwoman Bergner, or is your hand?
I would prefer to wait until March 10th. We can acknowledge their letter, but why would we begin any sort of negotiations? It's 3 weeks.
Just for, if I may, I have heard loud and clear that there's no strong desire to come back to the council with a proposal before May 10th. We will certainly reach out to the Boys and Girls Club, inform them that we've been guided to, told to, directed to enter into negotiations, but that everything is contingent upon the bond, which they know from prior discussions, and that we shouldn't begin getting too deep into things until after we know the result of the referendum.
Sounds prudent. All right, let's take the roll.
Councilwoman Bergner?
Sorry, before we get into the role, can I ask an additional question? Sorry. Can I ask what the pros and cons of this would be? What? I guess I'm just, I guess I'm just looking for a little more clarification on what it would mean to either go ahead with this or before I cast a vote on this. I just need some more clarification.
So what we would have to do even to prepare for negotiations with any potential buyer is to figure out what the property is worth. We would begin to look at having an appraisal done. We'd begin to start doing some real serious market research. We've done some very preliminary market research to see what we thought the value of the property was. We have discussed with the Boys and Girls Club a possible purchase and lease back arrangement. We'd have to engage legal counsel in sort of thinking through all of the implications of a lease back for a period of time. There's a lot of legwork that needs to be done before we can really even begin to get serious about naming a price, figuring out what a term of a lease back might be. We have at least 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 weeks worth of work before we could earnestly go to the table with the Boys and Girls Club and begin to think about an exchange.
So what would the costs associated with that be?
We would come back to the council once we know the costs, for example, of the appraisal. The council would approve those costs or not. But the legal work, I think we'd probably end up relying very heavily on Mike's office. So there would be no additional cost. It does mean that they are not free to do other things. It does, to Councilwoman Bergner's point, mean that there is more stuff on the plate, which means something, may fall off the plate. I don't think that we are looking at a workload that is catastrophic. I don't think there's additional work that pushes big things off, but it does definitely add to the burdens that we know staff are under.
Okay, thank you. That makes things a bit more clear for me. Appreciate it.
Okay, so sorry, we interrupted mid-vote there. I believe Councilwoman Bergner had said nay. So.
Okay, let's go back. So Councilwoman Bergner has voted nay. Councilwoman Kelso.
Aye.
Councilman McEntee.
Aye.
Councilwoman Rose.
Nay.
And Council President Collins.
Aye.
The ayes have it 3-2.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to 8N. Resolutions adopted March 30th, 2021 by the South Kingstown School Committee in support of House Bill 6030 relative to state reimbursement of school transportation costs, in support of any legislative proposals banning firearms on school grounds, and in support of House Bill 5193 for a moratorium on the expansion of charter schools. Those have been received. What would we like to do with those?
I'll support this. I'll make a motion to approve 8N.
Jess Rose, I'll second that.
We have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilman Rose. Discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to item 8O, an email dated April 2nd, 2021 from Councilwoman Deborah Bergner requesting a closed executive session to discuss litigation against a vendor to the school department. It's been received. What would you like to do with that one?
So I'll make a motion that we approve 8O, and we can go into discuss it tonight in our executive session. Is that okay, Mike?
Yeah, what you would be doing is before we get into executive session, I'll have you amend what's printed on the agenda so you can add an additional matter to executive session. Obviously, you won't be able to vote on it, but you will be able to discuss it. So I'll take you through that at the end of the meeting.
This is Jess Rose. I'll second that.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Rose. Is there any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries. Item P is an email dated April 5th, 2021 from Kara Biller tendering her resignation from the Recreation Commission. That has been received. What would we like to do with that one?
I move that we accept her resignation. We have the town clerk send her a letter thanking her for her time on the Rec Commission. That's it.
Jess Rose, I'll second that.
Motion from Councilwoman Bergner, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimous. Item R, emails dated March 30th, 2021 from Robert Zarneski, Town Manager, Zachary Saul, Finance Director, and Mark Russo, Facilities Superintendent, offering their resignations from the School Building Committee. Those have been received. Sounds like we have not replaced them tonight, so perhaps we should not accept these resignations quite yet.
So I will make that motion that we do not accept these at this time. How do we bring them back at a later date?
Rob.
So I would suggest that the council simply table these until the same date, the 24th of May. So table all possible action on this until May 24th would be my recommendation.
Are we
I
waiting?
think we're May 10th.
Oh.
Are we May 10th for the school building committee appointments, I think, and May 24th? for the
Yes, that's
planning
correct. I'm
board?
sorry.
Okay, so I will make, oh, I'm sorry. Are you looking for a motion, Abel?
Yes.
All right, so I made the motion and amending that to add the date of, table them until May 10th.
Second.
Motion, Councilwoman Kelsall, second from Councilman McEntee. Any discussion? Councilman Bergner.
Thank you, Abel. May I ask just a procedural question? Why would we not accept them now if the meeting isn't until, is there a school building committee meeting between now and May 10th? Just, I'm just trying to understand the process.
Mr. President, if I may, there is not. But if there was one, for some reason, one was called, we'd want to have, I think, the members available. And we may choose on May 10th not to fill all those slots, right? We may choose not to accept the resignations before us. We, you know, until they're accepted, the slots aren't open.
Mm-hmm.
True enough. Councilwoman Rose, did you have a question?
So we did receive an email earlier today questioning the resignations. Would this be an appropriate time to speak to that?
I received no such email.
I didn't either.
What's the concern?
Okay. So I received an email from a community member today. It was Karen Humes questioning whether people had resigned of their own volition. I just wanted to make sure that we were able to address that if need be.
Rob?
Sure. So I can say that when resignations were requested, I made sure that both Zach and Mark had the opportunity to tell me that they really wanted to stay on the committee. And I told them that if you want to stay on the committee, let me know and I'll go to the council and explain to them that you have that desire. This is a committee that has taken an awful lot of time and energy. It takes folks away from other work during their work day, and it also takes people away from their personal hours. Both Zach and Mark have put in yeoman's work over the course of a couple of years now. And given the change in the work that the committee will be doing, it does seem a natural break point. Neither one of them expressed to me any desire to do anything other than serve the council and the community as the council directs, but they were given a specific opportunity to let me know that they wanted to stay on the committee if they wanted to stay on the committee. So that's the information I have about whether or not this is of their own free will.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just wanted to follow through with just for transparency's sake. So thank you.
Councilman Bergner, is your hand up freshly?
Yeah, it's just a question. So there is a meeting on the 28th of April with the public, so that there is a meeting. So is that the building? So those people need to be.
So that meeting is noticed as a school building committee meeting. It is not the expectation of the school building committee membership that their attendance is required. It has been noticed for public notification. There will be community members who are invited to talk to panelists and view a presentation. It's not a working meeting of the committee.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Kelsey.
I just wanted to note in response to Councilwoman Rose's question about, how this transpired. This has been in the works since last September. This is not a new request or new notion to have the staff step down. We've been discussing it for quite some time, and you can go back to September of 2020, anybody who would like to, and see how we discussed at that time the reorganization of the building committee. So it really is not a new phenomenon.
All right. Any?
If I may, Abel? May I speak? Yeah. Thank you, Deb. I was aware that that had been a conversation. I just wanted, as I said, for transparency's sake, wanted to ask that and get that on the record, just to be sure.
Appreciate that. Councilwoman Berger.
So I'm keenly aware that it's 10:20. However, and I know that some members of the public will begin to drop off along the way. But the school building committee presentation on the 28th, could you just say who the panelists might be? Because I feel like the meeting last week we didn't get noticed about that or invited to. So I just putting it out there to the universe. People want to go to that on the 28th.
I believe the panelists will be the same as were at the last meeting. So it would be the superintendent, the school committee chair, the chair of the school building committee, Sam Bradner, who is the owner's rep on the project, and I gave a 2-minute summary slide of the finances.
Okay, so that's the 28th at what time? 7?
I don't know offhand. I'm gonna have to look.
We should get that for the town manager's report to say it twice. Thank you.
All right, very good. Any further comments on this motion here? And this is to table until May 10th, any acceptance of these resignations. All right, seeing none, is there anyone opposed to this motion? All right, that motion carries unanimously, and that is the end of communications for tonight. That brings us to item 9, comments from interested citizens. Let's see. And if anyone out there listening or watching would like to make a comment, please just raise your hand and we'll call on you in the order that you raise your hand. If you're on your phone and listening, hit *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. Greg C. All right, Greg, you've been brought into the meeting here. If you unmute yourself, we'll be able to hear you.
There we go. I read something on.
Could you just identify yourself? Sorry.
My name is Craig Crawford.
You can proceed.
No, I had read something about the fair share tax being ended in 2019. Is that correct?
Fair share tax. I'm not sure. There was a tax for or it wasn't a tax. There was a fee that would go to, I think, educational facility construction for new construction. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Rob.
Yes. So I think that's what it was. And yes, the fair share tax, the fees associated with construction of new homes that would have an impact on school facility demands was suspended in 2000, and I believe it was 19. I think you're correct. It was talked about being phased out for a number of years, and I think it finally went by the wayside in 2019. But it was certainly 19 or 18. It was in that range.
And what was that money used for?
It was to basically pay the debt service on Broad Rock School. It was paying the cost of school construction associated with Broad Rock, which is why 18 or 19 is the right year, because it's when the debt service went away.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Our next comment is from Jocelyn.
Hi, how are you? So I appreciate your earlier comments on the comprehensive plan and your discussions of public hearings, but I'm not quite sure you heard my message about visioning sessions. So you posted as questions and answers that the members of the community would ask questions and you would provide the answers. And that's not quite the spirit of visioning sessions in South Kingstown. Visioning sessions in South Kingstown mean roundtable discussions with community members' input. And that's what I think you're not hearing, is that this is about 1,100 changes, more so, 1,100 plus changes to our comprehensive plan that community members have not had an opportunity to interact with, comment with, and work on. So visioning sessions, and I've attended many in the past, mean that we come together, whether it's in multiple Zoom sessions or multiple sit-down sessions, where community members participate in what they put forth ideas of community visions of sense of place and where we are and where we think we need to go and where we want to go. And they're put up together onto a large board, and ideas that collaborate and work together are joined together, and ideas that are outliers are discussed and perhaps discarded or pulled into the community view. And the problem that I'm having right now is that you seem to think that this is a let's let the community ask questions and let's answer it. And if they don't really like the answer, well, who really cares? Because that's the sense that I'm getting right now, is that you don't really care. And I'm frustrated by that, because I've been here a while and I've seen, and I've been through a lot of the comprehensive planning visioning sessions and other visioning sessions. And tonight I actually held a public visioning session privately, separate from elected officials. And we had a robust community discussion that was incredibly enjoyable, from people on the left and the right, opponents and supporters. And we had a roundtable, robust discussion, and we all left the room friends. How amazing was that? So I want to remind you that a public hearing is profoundly different in nature than a public visioning session. And our comprehensive plan and where we want to see our sense of place and where the community wants us to go as a community is profoundly different than a hearing. We need to have visioning sessions. Whether you break it out
into smaller visioning sessions, as in, oh, I don't know, the villages in town, affordable housing, schooling. I don't know. I'd have to look at the chapters throughout the 1,100 changes that were made in the comprehensive plan and decide which one of those chapters deserved a breakout session of his own. I don't know. But you need to do a better job of incorporating the community into what the comprehensive plan encompasses, which is the community's vision and your supporters of where we're going. So if you want to engage support for your positions and support for your leadership, you need to engage community into those visioning sessions and embrace, whether you like it or not, some of the community's thoughts. Because there are a lot of people out here right now, and I hosted a meeting tonight of 30 community members by Exponential Growth are going to go out into the community after tonight and say, we need to rethink about where we're going. So I urge you to reconsider your view of community hearings versus community visioning, and immediately begin to schedule community visioning sessions where you draw in and embrace the community's ideas and then begin to coalesce them into a vision for our future. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public want to speak at this point? Seeing none, Councilwoman Bergner. Rob, or Councilwoman Bergner, did you have your hand raised, or was that just?
I think that's old. Sorry about that.
So I would just let the council know that we'd be happy to do visioning sessions. There was visioning sessions as part of the community engagement process that has gotten us to the comprehensive plan in its current form. The comprehensive plan didn't just get written by staff. There was a series of meetings where members of the community were invited in, not just for hearings, but to do the write down on the little sticky notes and put things up on the board and have a conversation about the visions that various people in the community, various constituencies in the community had. My suggestion that we do something that is not a public hearing and not a visioning session, but just a conversation, really was aimed at making sure that we could come back to the council and say, we've had this conversation, there have been questions asked, and if they cannot be answered, and if the comprehensive plan that's been developed over the last 3 years is truly so deficient that the visioning that was done, that the work that was done at public hearings, that the work that the planning board has done, the work that staff has done, isn't up to snuff, and that the council wants to send us back to the drawing board to do more visioning sessions, we're happy to do that.
Thank you for pointing that out, Rob. I participated in those visioning sessions myself, and Jocelyn said she also participated in them. So I think that what has happened is that people have forgotten all the work that has gone into making these changes and all the public input that went into it. And so I agree. I think a session where we can talk about that whole process, what came out of it, the changes that were proposed that relied on public input, that's would be a good successful endeavor. To go through a whole another series of charrettes would really probably require hiring consultants again to help us manage that, and we're talking about a serious process of months. Councilwoman Rose, your hands up.
Thank you, Abel. I certainly don't want to downplay all the hard work that Jamie and his team have done to get this to where it is in, you know, the short amount of time that we charge them with, right? I do want to recognize that it has been several years in the making, more than a few. It started before I was really even following town politics closely. And here I am now on the town council. So I think for someone who isn't as engaged as I am now, there are certainly members of the community who are in a similar situation. I think that there needs to be an element of catching the community up to speed and allowing for input from people who are also, themselves getting up to speed on it. But by no means do I want to, minimize the work that Jamie and his team have done. We gave them a timeline and they met it, and that's awesome. And I'm very appreciative. But I do think that we need to take into account that this has been years in the making, and it's something that is going to stick with us for years. We just need to fully vet it. The community needs to fully vet it.
Councilwoman Bergner.
Thank you. I do have to say that Jocelyn Leska has been here multiple times about the comprehensive plan. So we do have very engaged residents. We do need to hear them. And I think what she's saying is, the whole world has flipped on its head in the last, think of where we were in 2017 to now. It's a long way. New president, new culture has really come through pandemic. And I think what she's asking for is better communication, maybe to communicate differently, maybe to, it's frustrating when you're trying to be engaged and trying to follow and to follow all the pieces. It's not a lot of breadcrumbs without the, red line copy for that, for that purpose. And I just want to support what Councilwoman Rose is saying, is that we need to support their engagement. We need to get this process right for all of us. We see what happens when we don't have one. We get projects we don't like with no backing. And I think we need to listen to the residents who have, as well as Roberta Mahan, they have shown up and given input and feedback. And they're still saying there's concerns, there's Susan Marcus. So I'd like to get it right. And I'd like to acknowledge that the community needs more time to be heard and give input.
All right, very good. Rob?
So if I may, I would appreciate just a little more guidance on this, because we're going to have to develop a plan here. And if what we're aiming for is community input that is going to generate a rewriting of the document as it exists, the sooner we know that, the better, because that's going to take time. That's going to take effort. And that's okay. Again, if what we think needs to happen is that the comprehensive plan that's been developed to this point is not adequate and it's going to need a rewrite, we need to prepare for doing that. Visioning implies that we're going to take the feedback and use it to change a document. And if we're going there, guidance to that effect sooner rather than later would be much appreciated.
Great. Councilwoman Bergner.
I don't necessarily hear it as a rewrite. I hear it as they want a better explanation. They want to have a side by side. They want to have more understanding of where it was. So, and where it was and where we are now. So I think it's just more time and more education, more understanding of all the changes, and, to think it through. They're very aware of how those changes could play out. They've been here a long time. They have a lot of history and knowledge, and they can help us. They just want to be involved.
Any other thoughts on this? I don't feel like we've given Rob completely clear direction. Councilwoman Kelso.
So the planning board has a meeting tomorrow night, and perhaps we could ask the staff to ask their guidance on how we can rectify this, right? Because the planning board is going to need to be the people who answer the questions here. Why did this change come about? So I think we need to engage the planning board, and if there is a need for another public hearing prior to the council adopting, or if there's going to be amendments or to it, I'd like to see the planning board involved. I think it's their work product, and they should be the ones guiding the residents who might have questions about how and why.
All right. Rob, does that give you a path?
Yeah, we know that it will be discussed at the work session tomorrow night. Jamie's already taken that note, and it will be discussed at the planning board's work session tomorrow night. So we'll see what bright ideas the planning board has.
All right, very good. Any other comments from council members? Councilwoman Berger.
Thank you again, Abel. I know this is a common theme. We've been talking about the school bond and not really ever directly from the beginning of the meeting till now. But I got some mail over the weekend that I just was just trying to put out to the community so that people, I think, still are confused about the bond. And so if Rob, you could just help me here a little bit. The line says, if we pass up this funding, another town in Rhode Island will get the state funding. So is that accurate? If the bond doesn't pass, does the other?
So the state of Rhode Island has a pool of money that they have put to support local school construction. So in theory, that pool is limited. It was a particular appropriation by the state legislature for assistance in the construction of school projects. It's a limited pool. If we don't take it, it remains in the pool until somebody else does. So I suppose in a sense, that's true. In that sense, it's true, right? If there's a pot that has $10 in it, we go and we ask for $5, that $5 is no longer available for another community. If we don't, there's still that $5 available for another community.
But we're not really competing in the same way, like the quickest through the chute.
Well, we are not in a direct competition. It's not like they're going to evaluate, well, in a sense they are. They're looking at applications from multiple communities and they're deciding which ones have merit and which ones don't.
Right, but it's related. In any project, we will always get, any project that's RIDE approved, we will have a 35% reimbursement. So we're only,
That's true.
So
that's true.
So every project RIDE approved is 35% reimbursement. So we're not, that money,
South Kingstown.
that money isn't lost to another community. We don't lose that money. That's always there.
That's true.
Okay. So because I think that's what keeps coming up is that we're not going to lose 50%. We're always going to get 35% reimbursement for any, because I just feel like we constantly are saying it, but the community is hearing it. We're going to lose that money. And it's in the flyer that way, that we're going to lose the money and it's going to go to another district, and we won't lose 50%. So, okay. I just wanted to put it out to the community because there is a lot of misinformation about that part.
Yep. It is true that Rhode Island state law says that if RIDE approves a school construction aid application, it must give at a minimum amount. For different communities, that amount is different. For South Kingstown, it's 35%.
And the other thing I wanted to correct is we got a few emails about this as well, is that there was information that the accreditation of the high school would be in jeopardy if the bond didn't pass. And that has been proven and said to be not true. It is not true, correct? The high school.
I can't speak to the accreditation of a high school. I don't know the methodology or
Well-
procedure, or who does that. I don't know.
Well, we've got several emails back that the accreditation of the high school does not rest on the passage of a bond. Correct?
I have seen an email from the high school principal that said something about accreditation. What it said, I cannot tell you. I just don't recall. But I wouldn't be surprised if it said what you're saying. I can't. I'm not in a position to answer questions about the high school's accreditation. I'm just not.
So I mean, parents in the community, that would concern any parent, that the high school would be not accredited. Do you think that you could find out and come back and be able to tell us? I believe in the emails it said there was no risk to the high school's accreditation. I just don't want to, there's already enough drama. We don't need to keep putting out things that are half true or not true. And so I just was wondering if you could assure the community. It's just very hard. It's coming from the schools themselves. So
The assurance really does need to come from the school administration. I mean, I'm happy to pass on information that has been provided by the high school principal or from the superintendent, but I'm not going to be able to vouch for any particular description of their processes. They've got to explain their process for accreditation.
So could I ask the solicitor, is there any way that we could get to the bottom of, is our accreditation at risk?
At this point, Abel, we need to add that this is now a conversation that's not on the agenda. So we need a motion to add this conversation to the agenda about the school bond, if it's the desire of the council to discuss it.
Okay.
So I have pulled up the email that I received.
Rob, we need
I'm
an
sorry.
agenda item added because this is not on the agenda. And now we're having discussion among more than two people.
I'll make a motion to add the discussion of the high school accreditation to the agenda.
Well, I make it broader, the whole school bond issue.
Okay, I'll make it broader to include also the school bond issue.
Do I hear a second?
I want a second, but I'm hesitant to do so because it wasn't on our agenda and I don't feel that the community is aware that we'll be discussing it tonight. So if I could get some guidance on that, I'd appreciate it.
Rob.
Mike, I did receive an email. I was copied on an email that the principal sent to multiple recipients. I'd be happy to report the content of that email. It's a 2-sentence statement in my manager's report, if that will resolve the issue.
Yeah, that would be fine in your manager's report to bring it up. I'm just concerned we're having a very long conversation about something not on the agenda. I don't want to get all of you in trouble, that's all.
I also want to caution that we are in community comment and I don't want to take time away from people who have been hanging in here all night waiting to say what they need. So
All right, it sounds like Rob's going to address it in the town manager's report. So I think that's a good solution to that issue. I do see that Lauren Weinstock would like to speak.
Hi, this is Lauren Weinstock. Thank you. I raised my hand just now to express my deep concern about the fact that Councilwoman Bergner brought up all of these issues in the context of community comment when they were not on the agenda this evening. I understand that the town solicitor has since brought up the issue, but I am just taken very aback and by surprise that this would be allowed to continue for as long as it did in the context of an ongoing community comment. I'm a little speechless, quite frankly. To Councilwoman Bergner's point, and as supported by what Town Manager Zarnetsky had said, the 15% bonus points for the school facilities plan is funded by the 2018 state bond. And it is very true that if we do not get the money from the 2018 state bond, that money will not be available to us. It will be available to other communities in the state. So it's not a correction, to use your words, to say that that's incorrect. It's simply that the 15% that we stand to potentially qualify for will absolutely go to another community if it doesn't go to us, because we have bonded as a state to support school improvements using that money. So I'll end there. I know as a community member, I have a little bit more leeway to comment on these things since Councilwoman Bergner brought this up in the context of a non-agenda item. I felt compelled to also speak to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Jocelyn, would like to speak again?
Hi, guys. I just wanted to clear my screen there. So thank you for acknowledging me a second time. I have a number of comments in community comment. Oh my gosh, where to begin? So the issue with visioning sessions, I just want to make clear that visioning sessions are a give and take. It's a back and forth. It's not just we ask questions, you answer them to the way your position sees you to answer. Visioning sessions are a give and take. We do need visioning sessions because it's been many years since the comprehensive plan was initially drafted. That changes. 3.5 years have progressed. We have a new planning director. We need to hear from him. We need to hear his positions. We need to hear what he sees as an appropriate forward step for South Kingstown. We haven't heard that yet. And you haven't heard from the community for years on the comprehensive plan. So that would be my position on the visioning sessions that need to be held. And I do feel strongly that the comp plan needs to be passed. I've been in front of you now. This is my 5th time asking for the comp plan to be heard, to be passed, to be moved forward. Granted, I didn't expect 1,100 plus changes, but I'm getting used to it and managing to get through them one by one. So that's it on the comprehensive plan. The question of the accreditation for the school system came up with an elected official posting in social media on her quote official school committee page, not her personal page, that the accreditation would be lost if we did not vote for the bond. She stated that it was no longer a question that we needed to vote for the bond. That is not true. That I am senior faculty at one of the top 80 universities in the nation and just took our university through their 10-year accreditation cycle. That is not true. The facilities will not stop our accreditation, and it's a threat. And it's frightening parents and community members. And you are the leaders and you need to manage this. That is false advertising and it's wrong. The question of will the 15% be available or not be available is also false. Right now, RIDE has just come out with a new funding cycle. It's announced on their website. And 35% will come to us for appropriate corrections as needed. And an additional 15% will come if we meet certain
benchmarks in our construction, which I fully expect that we will meet no matter which plan is adopted. To say that if we don't do it now, the 15% will not be available is false. And you know it, and they know it. And if you want to build trust in this community and move this school bond forward, you need to start telling some truth. And you need to set the record straight, because right now, faith is failing and trust is faltering in this community. I held a visioning session tonight with 25 community members. We talked honestly and openly and earnestly. And people talked about their Social Security, and young people talked about their earnings. Many people talked about their loss of jobs. I'm happy to share with you any of the, eventually a letter will be forthcoming. But you needed to hear from the community members in a visioning session. And it was many people at the end of it said how gratified they felt to just be able to express their fears and their concerns and their worries. Because people in this town have those fears, concerns, and worries. So I'm very frustrated by the false information put out by the school committee about our accreditation. Accreditation is simply a matter of developing a plan for correcting deficiencies, putting it forth to NEASC, and carrying out that plan. I want to know where the maintenance money has gone. Every year, the budget says maintenance money. Why do we have security lights not working? How can that be that fire doors are not working? Those are basic maintenance items. I'm very frustrated. So I'm sure you can hear it. I didn't want to come back on tonight, but I'm here. So I appreciate your time. I wish you would answer the questions of accreditation, because they're going to come back again. This is going to come back again until this matter is put to bed. Our accreditation is not at risk because of the conditions at South Kingstown High School on Columbia Street. If we have a reasonable plan that the community can afford and supports to correct those deficiencies, anything other than that is simply false. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You. Councilwoman Bergner, and then I think we can be ready to move on from comments from interest.
Thank you, Abel. I just want to roll back about 20 minutes ago. I didn't think there were many people that were going to make a community comment. That's why I raised my hand. I do think I just need to ask, is it town council members may speak during community comment? You often ask if the so go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, maybe I can explain. So what the law says is that during public comment, anyone in the public can make comments as long as no one from the council engages that public comment. You can sit there and listen. If you as a council desire to engage someone, very simple. You stop, you make a motion to add the subject to the agenda, and then you can go back and forth. With regard to council members, it's the same exact thing. It's okay, Deborah, for instance, for you to say whatever you want to say. But once you start engaging and asking questions, that's why I got to the point where I said, hey, we really need to add this to the agenda. So you can absolutely make comments during public comment. You just can't talk amongst yourselves or to the manager or to me unless we add it to the agenda.
Okay, so it was perfectly okay to make a comment.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the community knew that I didn't step over the line until we got to the over the line. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Let's move on to the town manager's report.
All right, I'll try to make this quick. Couple of things. Important to know that the referendum, bond referendum voting by mail is done tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day that you can cast your ballot by mail. On the 14th, emergency polling will begin at Town Hall. People can come to Town Hall between the hours of 8:30 and, Susan, please check me, is it 4 o'clock or 4:30?
It's 4:30, except for the day prior to the election when it ends at 4 o'clock. Mail ballot applications are also due by 4 p.m. tomorrow. That is the cutoff to apply for mail ballot.
So that's where we are on that election. In terms of the school building committee's meeting on the 28th, that is a forum that will be held on Zoom. It will begin at 6 o'clock on the 28th. The address is available at the school building committee's website, which is actually sksdbuild.org. And to the question of the accreditation of the high school, I did receive an email that I was copied on. The principal of the high school wrote in this email, since the next step in the process is to develop the growth plan, the curriculum would be part of that. I'd also like to clarify the statement which you included in your email, the originator of this thread, concerning what I meant in relation to our physical building. Approval of the bond would put us well within reach of addressing NEASC's concern of the physical safety of our school community. That's what I've received from the high school principal.
All right. Is that the whole manager's report or?
The one last thing that I would like to report on is the vaccination clinic at the Schneider Electric facility. That facility is up and running. I understand that there is still some logistical difficulties around getting vaccine. So appointments have not been numerous, but the facility is up and running, and people are being vaccinated at West Kingston. We do expect that the supply of vaccine will increase, and the use of that facility will increase as supply does. Other than that, if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councilwoman Berger?
My question's pretty easy. Are we going to do some sort of a voter guide for the community, anything we're going to put in the paper to do any
Yes.
education? Okay.
Yes, the voter guide will be sent to the printer tomorrow.
Okay, and that's going to go in the paper or be in the local paper or?
It'll be in the local paper, and it will also be published online. It will be
good.
Printed copies for people at the polling places, that sort of thing, just as is normal practice.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Rose.
As far as voting goes, is there a way to notify residents through the app? I know that I constantly get like 3 or 4 times a day a weather alert through the town app. Can we let folks know that there is a pretty important election coming up via the app or a push notification?
Yes. So yeah, you can adjust that so you don't get them all the time, those weather alerts. It's
I love
interesting.
knowing when there's a brush fire alert in northern Mass. It's fine.
But yes, we can send that out, and we will use the app more aggressively in the next few weeks for a bunch of things. We're developing, in fact, I had a meeting with staff today. We're developing a strategy around just improving the way we're using the app and using social media and the web page. So yes, we need to do that, and we will be doing that over the course of the next week.
All right, any other questions for Rob?
Abel, it's after 11 o'clock. You're going to need a vote to continue.
All right, thank you. Do I-
Kelso, I'll make a motion that we continue past 11.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
Mike, question, what would be the effect if this got voted down?
You would have to adjourn the meeting. Before you did that, presumably you'd set either a special meeting between now and the 26th, or everything would just be continued to the 26th.
Got it.
Second by Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right. That motion carries unanimously. Brings us to appointments.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a resolution appointing Casey Charkowicz to the Zoning Board of Review, promoting him from an alternate to a full member.
Jess Rose, I'll second that.
We have a motion from Councilman McAtee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Rob,
If I may, I think there's also a resolution that needs to be made appointing, I've forgotten her name, Susan.
It's Susan Walsh. When you appointed her, she was not appointed to a specific position nor a specific term, but now that you have filled the 2 full member positions, she is in line to be formally appointed as alternate number 1. If you so choose.
So can I make a motion to appoint her to alternate 1?
Second.
motion from Councilwoman Rose, second from Councilwoman Kelso. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to new business. Item 12. 12B is a resolution authorizing a 1-year extension of contract to Clifton Larson Allen of Cranston and South Main Street, West Hartford, to perform audit services for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $58,600, and is further described in a memo from the Finance Director to the Town Manager dated March 31st.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12B.
Jess Rose, second.
Motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 12C is a resolution authorizing an award of contract to GZA Geo Environmental of Providence for design, permitting, and construction inspection services for the Marina Park boat ramp and town dock in accordance with the specified scope of work in an amount not to exceed $80,000, including a $6,030 contingency, and is further described in a memo from the Director of Leisure Services to the Town Manager dated April 8th.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12C.
Jess Rose, second.
Motion from Councilman McAtee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Is there any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously as well, and that brings us to the end of our public agenda. Item 13 is a closed executive session. I will need a revised motion here.
If I can, I'll read it for you. So the motion would be to convene into closed executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A1 to discuss matters pertaining to personnel. The town manager, Robert Zanetsky, and let the minutes show that he did receive the letter that needs to be sent to individuals being discussed in executive session, and also to convene pursuant to 42465A2 to discuss matters pertaining to potential litigation involving school department vendors. So if someone just moves that, we're all set.
Jess Rose, so moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilwoman Rose, second from Councilwoman Kelso. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. I think everybody who has stayed with us this long, we will be reconvening in public session if you want to hang around for that. Otherwise, have a good night, everybody. We'll see you the next time.
And everyone is all set with the link to the closed session? Or
You
let me
still-
know and I will resend it.
I was just gonna look for that. I don't know if I saw that earlier, Susan, and I'm gonna take a small water break.
It was sent yesterday afternoon
Oh, okay.
along with the revised minutes.
I saw the revised minutes. Okay,
Okay, so it's in that email.
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jess, are you there? You're muted. All right. All right.
Okay. The motion, Abel, would be to adjourn the executive session, to seal the minutes of the executive session, and to reconvene in open session.
I'll make that motion.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
Motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
The minutes will reflect that a motion and vote were made in executive session. And then your next motion is simply to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. It is very late tonight. Thank you all for slogging through it all, and have a good night.